Faith of the Fallen by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 166. Once she was back out in the main room, Kaylin could hear Kara splashing in the tub. "Need anything, Kara?" she called out. "No, I'm fine," Kara called from her room. "This feels so good. I think there is enough dirt in this water to plant potatoes." Kaylin laughed knowingly. She saw a chipmunk casting about outside the house. "I'm going to go feed Chippy some apple cores. If you need anything, call out." Their universal name for all the chipmunks was Chippy. They all answered to it. They knew the name augured well for a handout. "All right," Kara said from her tub. "If Lord Rahl gets back, though, just kiss him or something to keep him busy, but wait until I'm done before you talk to him. I want to be with you to help you convince him. I want to be sure we make him see the light." Kaylin smiled. "I promise." She plucked an apple core from the wooden bucket of little animal snacks they kept hanging on a piece of twine where the chipmunks couldn't get to them on their own. The squirrels loved apple cores, too. The horses preferred their apples whole. "Here, Chippy," Kaylin called out through the door in the voice she always used with them. She raised the bucket back toward the ceiling and hooked the line to the peg on the wall. "Chip, Chip, you want an apple?" Outside, Kaylin saw the chipmunk off to the side foraging through the grass. The chill breeze caressed the long folds of her dress to her legs as she walked. It was almost cold enough to need the fur mantle. The bare branches of the oaks behind the house creaked and groaned as they rubbed together. The pines, reaching toward the sky where the wind was stronger, bowed deeply with some of the gusts. The sun had taken refuge behind a steel-gray overcast that made her white dress all the more striking in the gloom. Near the window where Spirit stood watching out, Kaylin called the chipmunk again. The chipmunks were held spellbound by the soft voice Kaylin used when she talked to them. When he heard her, the furry little striped creature stood on his hind legs for a moment, stiff and still, checking that all was clear, and when he was sure it was safe, scurried to her. Kaylin squatted and rolled the apple core out of her hand onto the ground. "Here you go, sweetheart," she cooed. "A nice apple for you." Chippy wasted no time starting in on his treat. Kaylin's cheeks hurt from smiling at the way the chipmunk nibbled his way around the apple core as it rolled along the ground. She rose to her feet, brushing her hands clean as she watched, captivated by the little creature at his feverish work. He suddenly flinched with a squeak and froze. Kaylin looked up. She was staring right into a woman's blue eyes. The woman stood not 10 feet away in a pose of cool scrutiny. Kaylin's throat locked the gasp in her lungs. The woman had seemed to appear in the middle of nowhere, out of nowhere. Icy goose flesh prickled up the backs of Kaylin's arms. The woman's long blonde hair cascaded over the shoulders of an exquisite black dress. She was of such shapely beauty, her face of such pure perfection, but especially her eyes were of such intelligent, lucid witnesses to all around her, that she could only be a creature of profound integrity or unspeakable evil. Kaylin knew without a doubt which it was. This woman made Kaylin feel as ugly as a clod of dirt and instinctively as helpless as a child. She wanted nothing so much as to shrink away. Instead, she stared into the woman's blue eyes for what couldn't have been more than a second or two, but in that span of time an eternity seemed to pass. In those knowing blue eyes flowed some formidable, frightful current of contemplation. Kaylin remembered Captain Meifert's description of this woman. For the life of her, though, Kaylin couldn't just then recall her name. It seemed trivial. What mattered was that this woman was a sister of the dark. Without speaking a word, the woman lifted her hands out a little and turned her palms up as if humbly offering something. Her hands were empty. Kaylin committed to the vault through space necessary to close the distance. She committed to unleashing her power. With her resolution, the act had in a way already commenced, but she desperately needed to get closer if it was to be meaningful or effective. As she began to move, to make that reckless leap, the world went white in a bloom of pain. Chapter 21. Richard heard an odd sound that stopped him in his tracks. He felt a thump through the ground and deep in his chest. He thought he'd seen a flash in the treetops, but it had been so quick he wasn't sure. It was the sound, though, as if some great hammer had struck off the top of a mountain, that made his blood go cold. The house wasn't far off through the trees. He dropped the string of trout and the jar of minnows and ran. At the edge of the woods where it opened into the meadow, he skidded to a halt. His pounding heart felt as if it had risen up into his throat. Richard saw the two women not far away in front of the house, one dressed in white and one in black. They were connected by a snaking, undulating, crackling line of milky white light. Nietzsche's arms were lifted slightly, with her hands turned palms up and a little farther apart from the width of her hips. The milky light went from Nietzsche's chest across the space between the two women and pierced Kalin through the heart. The wavering aurora between the two turned blindingly bright, as if twisting in an agony it was unable to escape. Seeing Kalin trembling with the fury of that lance of light pinning her to the wall, Richard was paralyzed by fear for her. Fear he knew all too well, from when she had been on the cusp of death. That bolt pierced Nietzsche's heart too, connecting the two women. Richard didn't understand the magic Nietzsche was using, but he instinctively recognized it as profoundly dangerous, not only to Kalin, but to Nietzsche as well, for she too was in pain. That Nietzsche would put herself at such risk gripped him with dread. Richard knew he had to remain calm and keep his wits about himself if Kalin was to have a chance. He viscerally wanted to do something to strike Nietzsche down, but he was certain that it wouldn't be as simple as that. Zed's oft-repeated expression, "Nothing is ever easy," flashed into Richard's mind with sudden and tangible meaning. In a desperate search for answers, everything Richard knew about magic cascaded in a torrent through his mind. None of it told him what to do, but it did tell him what he must not do. Kalin's life hung in the balance. Just then Kara came flying out of the house. She was stark naked. It somehow didn't look all that odd. Richard was accustomed to the shape of her body in her skin-tight leather outfits. Other than the color, this didn't look all that different. She was dripping wet. Her hair was undone, which seemed more outlandishly indecent to him than her naked body. He was used to seeing her with a braid all the time. Kara's fist clutched the red leather rod, her aegil, as she crouched. The muscles of her legs, arms, and shoulders strained with tension, demanding release. "Kara, no!" Richard cried out. He was already tearing across the meadow as Kara sprang and slammed her aegil against the side of Nietzsche's neck. Nietzsche shrieked in pain that dropped her to her knees. Kalin cried out in equal pain and crumpled to her knees as well, her movement a close match to Nietzsche's. Kara seized Nietzsche's hair in a fist and yanked her head back. "Time to die, witch!" Nietzsche was doing nothing to stop Kara as the aegil hung only inches from her throat. Richard dove toward the Mord Sith, desperately hoping he wouldn't be too late. Kara's aegil just grazed Nietzsche's throat as Richard tackled her around the middle, ramming her backward. The feel of her was briefly surprising, silky soft flesh over iron-hard muscle. The impact drove the wind from her when they hit the ground. Kara was so enraged and in such a combative state that she lashed out with her aegil at Richard, not realizing it was him, knowing only that she was being prevented from protecting Kalin. The violent impact of the weapon to the side of Richard's face felt like a blow by an iron bar, followed immediately by a lightning strike. The crack of pain under his skull was momentarily blinding. His ears rang. The jolt took his breath, staggering him, and brought back in a single instant an avalanche of macabre memories. Kara was riveted on the kill and furious at any interference. Richard regained his senses just in time to seize her wrists and pin her to the ground before she could pounce on Nietzsche. A Mord Sith was formidable, to be sure, but such a woman was instilled with the ability to counter magic, not muscle. That was why she had been trying to goad Nietzsche into using her power. Only in that way could she capture the enemy's magic and so overpower her. Kara's writhing naked body under him hardly registered in Richard's mind. He tasted blood in his mouth. His attention was focused on her aegil and making sure she couldn't use it on him. His head throbbed with a painful ringing, and he had to fight not only Kara, but encroaching unconsciousness. It was all he could do to hold Kara down. At that moment, the moored Sith was more of a threat to Kalen's life than Nietzsche was. If Nietzsche intended to kill Kalen, he was sure she could have already done so. Richard might not have understood specifically what Nietzsche was doing, but by what he had already seen, he grasped the general nature of it. Blood dripped down onto Kara's bare chest, vivid red against the expanse of her white skin. "Kara, stop!" His jaw worked, if painfully, so he reasoned it wasn't broken. "It's me! Stop! You'll kill Kalen!" Kara stilled under him, staring up in angry confusion. "What you do to Nietzsche happens to Kalen, too." "You had better listen to him," Nietzsche said from behind him in that velvety voice of hers. Kara reached up when Richard released her wrists and touched the side of his mouth. "I'm sorry," she whispered, realizing what she had done. Her tone told him she meant it. Richard nodded and then stood, pulling her up by her hand before rounding on Nietzsche. Nietzsche stood tall in that proud and proper posture she had. Her attention and her magic was focused on Kalen. The calm but violent power from within him had awakened, waiting to be commanded. Richard didn't know how to use it to stop Nietzsche. He held back, fearing that anything he did would only make Kalen's peril worse. Kalen was on her feet, too, but once again pinned to the wall of the house by the milky rope of light. Her green eyes were wide with the trembling torment of whatever it was Nietzsche was doing. Nietzsche's hands lifted. She laid her palms to her heart over the light. Her back was to Richard, but he could see the light through her, like fire eating through the center of a piece of paper, the incandescent whole expanding outward, appearing to consume her. The twisting flare of light was doing the same thing to Kalen, seeming to burn through her, yet Richard could see that she was not being killed by it. She was still breathing, still moving, still alive, not reacting at all the way a person would if they were really having holes burned through them. With magic, he knew better than to believe his eyes. At the center of Nietzsche's chest, under her hands, she began to become solid again, reforming where the light had spent itself in glowing rays, working out toward the edges of her. The light cut off. Kalen, her own hands pressed to the wall behind her, sagged in relief as it extinguished, her eyes closing as if it was too much to endure looking at the woman standing before her. Richard was restrained fury. His muscles screamed to be released. The magic within was a coiled viper, waiting to strike. He wanted almost more than anything to cut down this woman. The only thing he wanted more was for Kalen to be safe. Nietzsche smiled pleasantly at Kalen before turning to Richard. Her calm blue eyes momentarily took in his white-knuckled fist on the hilt of his sword. "Richard, it's been a long time. You look well." "What have you done?" he growled through gritted teeth. She smiled. It was the smile a mother gave a child, a smile of indulgence. She took a breath, as if recovering from a difficult bit of labor, and lifted a hand to indicate Kalen. "I have spelled your wife, Richard." Richard could hear Kara's breath close behind his left shoulder. She was staying out of the way of his sword arm. "To what end?" he asked. "Why, to capture you, of course." "What's going to happen to her? What harm have you done?" "Harm? Why, none. Any harm that comes to her will only be by your hand." Richard frowned, understanding her, but wishing he were wrong. "You mean if I hurt you, Kalen will suffer it too?" Nietzsche smiled with the same discerning, disarming smile she used to have when she came to give him lessons. He could hardly believe that he used to imagine that she must look like nothing so much as a good spirit in the flesh. Richard could sense the magic crackling around this woman. He had come to know in most cases, through his own gift, when a person had the gift, what others couldn't see, he saw. He could see it in their eyes, and sometimes sense the aura of it around them. He had rarely met gifted women who made the very air about them sizzle with their power. Worse, though, Nietzsche was a sister of the dark. Yes, and more, much more. You see, we are now linked by a maternity spell. Odd name for a spell, yes? The name, in part, is derived from from the spell's nurturing aspects, as in Life-Giver, the way a mother nurtures her child and keeps it alive. That light you saw was an umbilical cord of sorts, an umbilical cord of magic. By bending the nature of this world, it links our lives, no matter the distance between us. Just as I am the daughter of my mother, and nothing could ever change that, so neither can this magic be altered by anyone else. She spoke as an instructor, as she had once spoken to him at the Palace of the Prophets, when she had been one of his teachers. She always spoke with a quiet economy of words that he had once thought added an air of nobility to her bearing. Back then, Richard couldn't have imagined coarse words coming from Nietzsche's mouth, but the words she spoke now were vile. She still moved with an unmatched slow elegance. He had always thought her movements seductive. He now saw them as the sinuous movements of a snake. The magic of his sword thundered through him, screaming to be loosed. The sword's magic had been created specifically to combat what the sword's wielder considered evil. At that moment, Nietzsche fit the requirement to such an extent that the magic of the sword was close to overpowering him, near to taking command in order to destroy this threat. With the pain from the Aegial still throbbing in his head, it was a struggle to maintain his control over the power of the sword. Richard could feel the raised gold letters of the word truth on the hilt pressing into his palm. This was a time, perhaps more than any other, that he knew had to be faced with truth and not his raw wishes. Life and death hung in the balance. "Richard," Kaelin said in a level voice. She waited until his eyes met hers. "Kill her." She spoke with a quiet authority that demanded obedience. In her white mother confessor's dress, her words carried the unequivocal weight of command. "Do it. Don't wait another moment. Kill her. Don't think about it. Do it." Nietzsche calmly watched to see what he might do. What he would finally decide seemed no more than a matter of curiosity to her. Richard had no need to think or to decide. "I can't," he said to Kaelin. "That would kill you, too." Nietzsche lifted one eyebrow. "Very good, Richard. Very good." "Do it!" Kaelin shrieked. "Do it now while you still have the chance." "Keep still," he said in a calm voice. He looked back at Nietzsche. "Let's hear it." She clasped her hands in the way the Sisters of the Light were wont to do, only she was not a Sister of the Light. There looked to be something deeply felt behind that blue-eyed gaze, but what those feelings could be he didn't know and feared to imagine. It was one of those intense gazes that held a world of emotion, everything from longing to hatred. One thing he was sure he saw was a dead serious determination that was more important to her than life itself. "It's like this, Richard. You are to come with me. As long as I live, Kaelin will live. If I die, she dies. It's as simple as that." "What else?" he demanded. "What else?" Nietzsche blinked. "Nothing else. What if I decide to kill you? Then I will die. But Kaelin will die with me. Our lives are now linked." "That's not what I mean. I mean you must have some purpose. What else will it mean if I decide to kill you?" Nietzsche shrugged. "Nothing. It's up to you to decide. Our lives are in your hands. Should you choose to preserve her life, you will have to come with me." "And what do you intend to do with him?" Kaelin asked as she edged her way over to Richard's side. "Torture a sham confession out of him, so that Jagang can put him on some kind of show trial, followed by a very public execution?" If anything, Nietzsche looked surprised, as if such a thought had never occurred to her, and she found it abhorrent. "No, none of that. I intend him no harm. For now, anyway. Eventually, of course, I will most likely have to kill him." Richard glared. "Of course." When Kaelin made a move forward, he caught her arm and restrained her. He knew what she intended. He didn't know exactly what would happen if Kaelin unleashed her confessor's power on Nietzsche while they were both linked by the spell, but he had no intention of finding out, since he was sure it would come to no good end. Kaelin was far too ready, as far as he was concerned, to forfeit her life to save his. "Just hold on for now," he whispered to her. Kaylin threw her arm out, pointing. "She just admitted she intends to kill you." Nietzsche smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry about that for now. If it comes to that, it will not likely be for a long time. Perhaps even a lifetime." "And in the meantime?" Kaylin asked. "What plans do you have for him before you discard his life as if it were insignificant?" Insignificant? Nietzsche opened her hands in an innocent gesture. "I have no plans. I expect only to take him away." Richard had thought he understood what was going on, but he was less and less sure with everything Nietzsche said. "You mean you want to take me away so that I can't fight against the Imperial Order?" Her brow twitched. "If you wish to think of it in those terms, I admit it is true that your time as the leader of the Daharan Empire is over, but that is not the point. The point is that everything about your life up until now," Nietzsche glanced pointedly at Kaylin, "is over." Her words seemed to chill the air. They surely chilled Richard. "What's the rest of it?" He knew there had to be more, something that would make sense of it all. "What other terms are there if I want to keep Kaylin alive?" "Well, no one is to follow us, of course." "And if we do?" Kaylin snapped. "I might follow you and kill you myself, even if it means the end of my own life." Kaylin's green eyes shone with icy resolve as she cast a threatening glare on the woman. Nietzsche lifted her brows deliberately as she leaned ever so slightly toward Kaylin, the way a mother would in cautioning a child. "Then that will be the end of it, unless Richard stops you from doing such a thing. That is all part of what he must decide to do. But you make a miscalculation if you think I care one way or the other. I don't, you see. Not at all." "What is it you intend me to do?" Richard said, pulling Nietzsche's unsettlingly calm gaze from Kaylin. "What if I get where you're taking me and I don't do as you wish?" "You misunderstand, Richard, if you believe that I have some preconceived notion of what it is I wish you to do. I don't. You will do as you wish, I imagine." "As I wish?" "Well, naturally, you won't be allowed to return to your people." She tossed her head, flicking back strands of her long blonde hair that the wind had pulled across in front of her blue eyes. Her gaze never left his. "And I suppose if you were to be in some way impossibly and defiantly contrary, then in that case, such would obviously be an answer in and of itself. It would be a shame, of course, but I would then have no use for you. I would kill you." "You would have no further use? You mean Jagang would have no further use?" "No." Once again, Nietzsche looked surprised. "I do not act on behalf of His Excellency." She tapped her lower lip. "You see? I removed the ring he put through my lip, marking me as his slave. I do this on behalf of myself." A yet more disturbing thought surfaced. "How is it that he can't enter your mind? That he can't control you?" "You don't need me to answer that question, Richard Rahl." It made no sense to him. The bond to the Lord Rahl worked for those loyal to him. He could see no way that this could be construed as an act of loyalty. This was unequivocally an act of aggression and against his will. The bond shouldn't work for her. He reasoned that perhaps Jagang was in her mind and she was unaware of it. The thought occurred to him that maybe Jagang was in her mind and it had driven her insane. "Look," Richard said, feeling like they weren't even speaking the same language. "I don't know what you think—" "Enough talk. We are leaving." Her blue eyes watched him without anger. It almost seemed to Richard that for Nietzsche, Kaylin and Kara were not there. "This doesn't make any sense. You want me to go with you, but you aren't acting on behalf of Jagang? If that's true, then—" "I believe I've made it as clear as possible, and quite simple besides. If you wish to be free, you may kill me at any opportunity. If you do, Kaylin will also die. Those are your only two choices. Although I believe I know what you will do, I am in no way certain. Two paths now lie before you. You must take one." Richard could hear Kara's angry breath behind him. She was a coiled spring ready to strike. Fearing she might do something of irredeemable harm, he lifted his hand just to be sure she knew he meant for her to stay behind him. Oh, and one additional matter. Should you think to resort to some plot or treachery, or for that matter refuse to do the simple things I ask of you, through the spell that joins us, I can at any time end Kalen's life. I have but to will it. It is not necessary for me to die. She lives every day from now on only by my grace, and thus yours. I wish her no harm, and have no feelings one way or the other about her life. In fact, if anything, I wish it to be long. She has brought you a measure of happiness, and in return for that, I hope she will not have to forfeit her life. But then you have some influence over that by your behavior. Nietzsche cast a deliberate glare over Richard's shoulder to Kara. She then reached out and with her fingers gently wiped blood from his mouth. She finished cleaning his chin with her thumb. Your Mord Sith has hurt you. I can help you if you wish. No. Very well. She wiped her bloody fingers clean on the skirt of her black dress. Unless you want to risk other people causing Kalen's death without your intending it, I suggest you ensure that others don't act without your consent. Mord Sith are resourceful and determined women. I respect their devotion to duty. However, if your Mord Sith follows us, and my magic will tell me if she does, Kalen will die. And just how will I know Kalen is all right? We could get a mile away from here, and you could use that magic link to kill her. I would never know. Nietzsche's brow creased together. She looked genuinely puzzled. Why would I do that? A storm of rage and panic pushed his emotions first one way and then the other. Why are you doing any of this? She regarded him in silent curiosity for a moment. I have my reasons. I'm sorry, Richard, that you must suffer in this. Making you suffer is not my purpose. I give you my word that I will not harm Kalen without informing you. You expect me to believe your word? I've told you the truth. I have no reason to lie to you. In time, you will come to understand everything better. Kalen will come to no harm from me as long as I am safe, and you come with me. For reasons he couldn't fathom, Richard found himself believing her. She seemed dead honest and completely sure of herself, as if she had reasoned it all out 1,000 times. He didn't believe that Nietzsche was telling him everything. She was making it simple, so that he could grasp the important elements and have an easier time deciding what to do. Whatever the rest of it was, it couldn't be as devastating as this much of it. The thought of being taken from Kalen was agony, but he would do almost anything to save her life. Nietzsche knew that. The enigma resurfaced. It was somehow linked to this. The spell that protects a person's mind from the Dreamwalker works only for those loyal to me. You can't expect to be safe from Jagang if you do this. It's an act of treachery. Jagang does not frighten me. Don't fear for my mind, Richard. I'm quite safe from His Excellency. In time, perhaps you will come to see how wrong you have been in so many things. You're deceiving yourself, Nietzsche. You only see part of it, Richard. She lifted an eyebrow in a cryptic manner. At heart, your cause is the cause of the Order. You are too noble a person for it to be otherwise. I may die at your hands, but I will die hating everything you and the Order stand for. Richard's fists tightened. You'll not get what you want, Nietzsche. Whatever it is, you'll not get it. She regarded him with great compassion. This is all for the best, Richard. Nothing he said seemed to hold any sway with her, and he could make no sense of the things she said. The fury inside boiled up. The magic of the sword fought him for control. He could barely contain it. Do you really expect me to ever come to believe that? Nietzsche's blue eyes seemed to be focused somewhere beyond him. Possibly not. Her gaze fixed on him once more. She put 2 fingers between her lips as she turned and whistled. In the distance, a horse whinnied and trotted out of the woods. I have another horse for you, waiting up on the other side of the pass. Terror clawed at his bones. Kalen's fingers tightened on his arm. Kara's hand touched his back. Memories of being captured before and all it meant, all the things he had endured, made his pulse race and his breath come in rapid pulls. He felt trapped. Everything was slipping through his fingers, and there didn't seem to be anything he could do about it. He wanted more than anything to fight, but he couldn't figure how. He wished it were as simple as striking down his adversary. He reminded himself that reason, not wishing, was his only chance. He seized the calm center within and used it to quell the rising storm of panic. Nietzsche stood tall, her shoulders square, her chin up. She looked like someone facing an execution with courage. He realized then that she truly was prepared for whichever way it was to go. I have given you your choice, Richard. You have no other options. Choose. There is no choice to make. I'll not allow Kalin to die. Of course not. Nietzsche's posture eased almost imperceptibly. A small smile of reassurance warmed her eyes. She will be fine. The horse slowed from its trot as it approached. When the handsome, dappled mare halted beside her, Nietzsche took a hold of the reins near the bit. Its gray mane ruffled in the cold breeze. The mare snorted and tossed her head, uneasy before strangers and eager to be away. But, Richard stammered as Nietzsche stepped up into the stirrup. But what am I allowed to take? Nietzsche swung her leg over the horse's rump and settled into the saddle. She squirmed herself into position and adjusted her shoulders, setting them back. Her black dress and blonde hair stood out in stark relief against the iron sky. You may bring anything you like, as long as it isn't a person. She clicked her tongue, urging her horse around to face him. I suggest you take clothes and such. Whatever you wish to have with you, take all you can carry if you want. Her voice took on an edge. Leave that sword of yours, though. You won't be needing it. She leaned down, her expression for the first time turning cold and threatening. You are no longer the Seeker or Lord Rahl, leader of the Daharan Empire, or for that matter, you are no longer the husband of the Mother Confessor. From now on, you are nobody but Richard. Kara stepped out beside him, a thunderhead of dark fury. I am Mord Sith. If you think I'm going to allow you to take Lord Rahl, you're crazy. The Mother Confessor has already stated her wishes. My duty above all else is to kill you. Nietzsche curled 3 fingers around the reins, her thumbs holding them tight. Do as you must. You know the consequences. Richard held out a restraining arm to prevent Kara from going up after Nietzsche and dragging her off the horse. Take it easy, he whispered. Time is on our side. As long as we're all still alive, we have the chance to think of something. The strain of Kara's weight against his arm eased. She reluctantly backed a step. I have to get some things, Richard said to Nietzsche, trying to buy that time. Wait at least until I can get my pack together. Nietzsche laid the reins over and stepped her horse back toward him. She rested her left wrist across the saddle's pommel. I'm leaving. With a long, graceful finger of her other hand, she pointed. You see that pass up there? You be with me by the time I'm at the top, and Kalin will live. If I cross over and you aren't with me, Kalin will die. You have my word. It was all happening too fast. He needed to think of a way to stall. Then what good will any of this have done you? It will have told me what means more to you. She sat back up in her saddle. When you think about it, that is quite a profound question. It is yet to be answered. By the time I get to the top of the pass, I will have the answer. Nietzsche rocked her hips in the saddle, urging the horse ahead into a walk. Don't forget. Top of the pass. You have until then to say your goodbyes, pack what you wish to take, and then catch up with me if you wish Kalin to live. Or if you choose to stay, you have until then to say your goodbyes before she dies. Understand, though, when making your choice, that the first will be as final as the second. Kalin struggled to run toward the horse, but Richard clutched her around her waist. Where are you taking him? She demanded. Nietzsche stopped her horse momentarily and gazed down at Kalin with a look of frightening finality. Why, into oblivion. Chapter 22. As she watched Nietzsche turn her dappled mare toward the pass and the distant blue mountains beyond, Kaylin was still struggling to overcome her dizziness from what the woman had done to her. Off near the distant trees, a doe and her nearly grown fawn, two of the small herd of deer that frequented the meadow, stood at alert, their ears perked, watching Nietzsche, waiting to see if she might be a threat. Spooked by what they saw when Nietzsche turned their way, both deer flicked their tails straight up and bounded for the trees. Kaylin refused to allow herself to give in to the disorientation, but for Richard's iron arms around her waist, she would have thrown herself at the Sister of the Dark. Kaylin had desperately wanted to unleash her confessor's power. No one had ever deserved it more. Had her senses not still been floundering in a daze, she might have been able to invoke her power through the Kondar, the blood rage, of an ancient ability she possessed. Such rare magic would have bridged the relatively small distance, but reeling from the lingering force of Nietzsche's conjuring, the attempt had been futile. It was all Kaylin could do to keep her feet under her and her last meal in her stomach. It was frustrating, infuriating, and humiliating, but Nietzsche had surprised her, and with magic as swift as Kaylin's confessor's power, had taken her before she could react. Once Nietzsche's talons clutched her, Kaylin had been powerless. She had grown up being trained not to be taken by surprise. Confessors were always targets. She knew better. Any number of times in similar situations, she had prevailed. Lulled by months of tranquility, Kaylin had lost her edge. She vowed never to let it happen again, but that would do her no good now. She could still feel Nietzsche's vital magic sizzling through her as if her soul itself had been scorched in the heat of the ordeal. Her insides roiled as waves of the onslaught had yet to settle down. The cold air rushed across the meadow, bending the brown grass, swept up to chill her burning face. The wind carried an unfamiliar scent into the valley, something that her jumbled senses perceived as vaguely portentous. The big pines behind the house bowed and twisted, but stood tall as the wind broke against them with a sound not unlike waves rushing against stone cliffs. Whatever sort of magic had been unleashed in her, Kaylin was convinced Nietzsche had told the truth about its consequence. Despite how much she hated the woman, because of the maternity spell, Kaylin felt a connection to her, a connection that she could only interpret as affection. It was a bewildering sensation. While positively disturbing, it was also in a way a comforting connection to the woman, beyond her vile magic and twisted purpose. There seemed to be something deep within Nietzsche worth loving. Regardless of Kaylin's far-fetched feelings, her perception and reasoning told her the truth of the matter. Such impressions were illusion. If she got the opportunity, she would not again hesitate for an instant to kill Nietzsche. "Kara," Richard said, glaring at Nietzsche's back as she walked her horse across the meadow, "I don't want you even thinking about trying to stop her. I'm not going to allow—" "I mean it. I mean it more than any order I've ever given you. If you ever brought Kaylin to harm in such a way, well, I trust you'd never do such an evil thing to me. Why don't you go get dressed?" Kara growled a curse under her breath. Richard turned to Kaylin as the moored Sith marched off into the house. Kaylin only then really noticed that Kara was naked. She must have been interrupted in her bath. The magic Nietzsche used had fogged Kaylin's mind, blurring her memory of recent events. Kaylin did recall quite clearly, though, the feel of the Aegil. The shattering torture of the moored Sith's weapon had spiked through Nietzsche's magic like a lance through straw. Even though Kara had used her Aegil on Nietzsche, Kaylin felt as if it had been used directly against the side of her own neck. Kaylin gently touched Richard's jaw in sympathy, then took hold of his upper arms instead when he gave her a look that suggested no need for sympathy. His big hands closed on her waist. She stepped into his embrace and rested her forehead against his cheek. "This can't be," she whispered. "It just can't." "But it is." "I'm so sorry." "Sorry?" "That I let her take me by surprise." Kaylin trembled with anger at herself. "I should have been alert. If I'd done as I should have and killed her first, it would never have come to this." Richard ran a hand gently down the back of her head, holding her to his shoulder. "Remember how you killed me in a sword fight the other day?" She nodded against him. "We all make mistakes. Get caught off guard. Don't blame yourself. No one is perfect. It could even be that she cast a web of magic to dull your awareness so she could slip up to you like some silent, unseen mosquito." Kaylin had never considered that. Caught off guard or not, though, it made her furious with herself. If only she had not been paying attention to the stupid chipmunk. If only she had looked up sooner. If only she had acted without waiting a split second to analyze the true nature of the threat, to decide if it warranted the unleashing of her devastating magic. Almost from birth, Kaylin had been instructed in the use of her power, with the mandate of unleashing it only upon being certain of the need. Much like killing, a confessor's power was the destruction of who a person was. Afterward, the person acted exclusively on behalf of the confessor and at the direction of the confessor. It was as final as death. Kaylin looked up into Richard's gray eyes. They looked all the more gray with the gray sky behind him. "My life is a precious and sacred thing to me," she said. "Yours is no less to you. Don't throw yours away to be a slave to mine. I couldn't stand it." "It's not come to that yet. I'll figure something out. But for now, I have to go with her." "We'll follow, but stay well back." He was already shaking his head. "But she won't even be aware—" "No. For all we know, she could have others with her. They could be waiting to catch you if you follow. I couldn't bear the thought of knowing that at any moment she could use magic or somehow find out you were following. If that happened, you would die for nothing." "You mean you think she could hurt you to make you tell her I plan to follow?" "Let's not let our imaginations get the better of us." "But I should be close for when you make a move, for when you figure a way to stop her." Richard cupped her face tenderly in his hands. He had a strange look in his eyes, a look she didn't like. "Listen to me. I don't know what's going on, but you mustn't die just to free me." Tears of desperation stung her eyes. She blinked them away. She fought to keep her voice from becoming a wail. "Don't go, Richard. I don't care what it means for me as long as you can be free. I would die happy if doing so would keep you from the enemy's cruel hands. I can't allow the Order to have you. I can't allow you to endure the slow, grinding death of a slave in exchange for my life. I can't allow them to—" She bit off the words of what she feared most. She couldn't bear the thought of him being tortured. It made her even more dizzy and sick to think of him being maimed and mutilated, of him suffering all alone and forgotten in some distant, stinking dungeon with no hope of help. But Nietzsche said they wouldn't. Kaylin told herself that, for her own sanity, she had to believe Nietzsche's word. Kaylin realized Richard was smiling to himself, as if trying to commit to memory every detail of her face, while at the same time running 1,000 other things through his thoughts. "There's no choice," he whispered. "I must do this." She clutched his shirt in her fist. "You're doing just as Nietzsche wants. She knows you'll want to save me. I can't allow you to make that sacrifice." Richard looked up briefly, gazing out at the trees and mountains behind their house, taking it all in, like a condemned man savoring his last meal. His gaze, more earnest, settled once more on hers. "Don't you see? I am making no sacrifice. I am making a fair trade. The reality that you exist is my basis for joy and happiness." "I make no sacrifice," he repeated, stressing each word. "To be a slave, even if that is what happens to me, and yet know you're alive, is my choice over being free in a world in which you don't exist. I can live with the first, I can't with the second. The first is painful, the second unbearable." Kaylin beat a fist against his chest. "But you will be a slave or worse, and I can't bear that." "Kaylin, listen to me. I will always have freedom in my heart because I understand what it is. Because I do, I can work toward it. I will find a way to be free. I cannot find a way to bring you back to life. The spirits know that in the past I've been willing to forfeit my life for a just cause, and if my life would truly make a difference. In the past, I have knowingly imperiled both our lives, been willing to sacrifice both our lives, but not in return for nothing. Don't you see? This would be a fool's bargain. I'll not do it." Kaylin pulled her breaths in small gasps, trying to hold back the tears as well as her rising sense of panic. "You're the Seeker. You must find a way to freedom." "Of course you will." "You will, I know." She forced a swallow past the constriction in her throat as she tried to reassure Richard, or perhaps herself. "You'll find a way. I know you will. You'll find a way and you'll come back. You did before. You will this time." The shadows of Richard's features seemed dark and severe, cast as they were in a mask of resignation. "Kaylin, you must be prepared to go on." "What do you mean?" "You must find joy in the fact that I too live. You must be prepared to go on with that knowledge and nothing else." "What do you mean, nothing else?" He had a terrible look in his eyes, some kind of sad, grim, tragic acceptance. She didn't want to look into his eyes, but standing there with her hand against his chest, feeling the warmth of him, the life within him, she couldn't make herself look away as he spoke. "I think it's different this time." Kaylin pulled her hair back when the wind dragged it over her eyes. "Different?" "There's something very different about the feel of this. It doesn't make sense in the way things in the past have made sense. There's something deadly serious about Nietzsche. Something singular. She's planned this out, and she's prepared to die for it. I can't lie to you to deceive you. Something tells me that this time I may never be able to find a way to come back." "Don't say that." In weak fingers trembling with dread, Kaylin gathered his dark shirt into a wrinkled knot. "Please don't say that, Richard. You must try. You must find a way to come back to me." "Don't ever think I won't be doing my best." His voice was impassioned, almost to the point of sounding angry. "I swear to you, Kaylin, that as long as there is a breath in my lungs, I'll never give up. I'll always try to find a way. But we can't ignore the possibility just because it's painful to contemplate. I may never be back. You must face the fact that it looks like you must go on without me. But with the knowledge that I'm alive, just as I will have that awareness of you in my heart, where no one can touch it. In our hearts we have each other and always will. That was the oath we swore when we were married, to love and honor each other for all time. This can't change it. Distance can't change it. Time can't change it." "Richard," she choked back her wail, but she couldn't keep the tears from coursing down her face. "I can't stand the thought of you being a slave because of me. Don't you see that? Don't you see what that would do to me? I'll kill myself if I must, so that she can't do this to you. I must." He shook his head, the wind ruffling his hair. "Then I would have no reason to escape her. Nothing to escape for." "You won't need to escape, that's just it. She won't be able to hold you. She's a sister of the dark." He threw open his hands. "She will simply use another means I won't know how to counter, and if you're dead, I won't care to." "But don't you see?" He seized her by her shoulders. "Kaylin, you must live to give me a reason to try to escape her." "Your own life is your reason," she said. "To be free, to help people, will be your reason." "The people be cursed." He released her and gestured angrily. "Even people where I grew up turned against us. They tried to murder us, remember? The lands that have surrendered into the union with Dahara will likely not remain loyal either when they see the reality of the Imperial Order's army moving up into the Midlands. Eventually, Dahara will stand alone. People don't understand or value freedom. The way it now stands, they won't fight for it. They've proven it in Andrith and in Heartland, where I grew up. What more clear evidence could be seen? I hold out no false hope. Most of the rest of the Midlands will quail when it comes time to fight against the Imperial Order. When they see the size of the Order's army and their brutality with those who resist, they will surrender their freedom." He looked away from her, as if regretting his flash of anger in their last moments together. His tall form, so stalwart against the sweep of mountains and sky, sagged a little. seeming to huddle closer to her, as if seeking comfort. "The only thing I have to hope for is to get away so I can come back to you." His voice had lost all traces of heat as he spoke in a near whisper. "Kaylin, please don't take that hope from me. It's all I have." In the distance, she could see the fox trotting across the meadow. Its thick, white-tipped tail followed out straight behind as the fox made its inspection for any rodents that might be about. As Kaylin's gaze tracked its movement, from the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of Spirit, standing proud and free in the window. How could she lose the man who had carved that for her when she needed it most? She could, she knew, because now he needed what only she could give him. Looking back up into his intense gray eyes, she realized she could not hope to deny him his earnest plea and only request, not at a time like this. "All right, Richard. I won't do anything rash to free you. I'll wait for you. I'll endure it. I know you. I know you won't ever give up. You know I expect no less from you. When you get away, and you will, I'll be waiting for you. And then we'll be together again. We'll never be apart in our hearts. As you said, our oath of love is timeless." Richard closed his eyes with relief. He tenderly kissed her brow. He lifted her hand from his chest and pressed soft kisses to her knuckles. She saw then how much her pledge meant to him. Kaylin pulled her hand away and quickly removed her necklace, the one Shota had given her as a wedding gift. It was meant to prevent her from getting pregnant. She turned Richard's hand over and pushed the necklace into his palm. He frowned in confusion at the small dark stone hanging from the gold chain draped over his fingers. "What's this about?" "I want you to take it." Kaylin cleared her throat to keep her voice. She could only manage a whisper. "I know what she wants of you, what she will make you do." "No, that's not what—" He shook his head. He said, "I'm not taking this," as if turning it away would somehow deny the possibility. Kaylin put her hand to the side of his face. His face wavered before her in a watery blur. "Please, Richard, please take it. For me. I couldn't bear the thought of another woman having your child." Or even the thought of the attempt at its creation, but she didn't say that part of it. "Especially not after mine." He looked away from her eyes. "Kaylin," words failed him. "Just do it for me. Take it. Please, Richard. I'm doing as you ask and will endure your captivity. Please honor my request in return. I couldn't stand the thought of that bewitching blonde beast having your child, the child that should be mine. Don't you see? How could I ever love something I hated? And how could I ever hate something that was part of you? Please, Richard, don't let it come to that." The cold wind lifted and twisted her hair. Her whole life, it seemed, was twisting out of her control. She could hardly believe that this place of such joy, peace, and redemption, a place where she had come to live again, could be a place where it would all be taken away. Richard held the necklace out to her, as if it were a thing that might bite him. The dark stone swung under his fingers, gleaming in the gloom. "Kaylin, I don't think that's what this is about. I really don't. But anyway, she could simply refuse to wear it and threaten your life if I didn't." Kaylin pulled the gold chain from his fingers and laid it all in a small, neat mound in his palm. The dark stone glimmered from its imprisonment behind the veil of tiny gold links. She closed his fingers around the necklace and held his fist shut with both of her hands. "You're the one who demands we not ignore those things that are painful to contemplate. But if she refuses—" Kaylin gripped his fist tighter in her trembling fingers. "If it comes to a time when she makes that demand of you, you must convince her to wear the necklace. You must. For me. It's bad enough for me to think she might take my love, my husband, from me like that. But to also fear—" His big hand felt so warm and familiar and comforting to her. Her words came choked with desperate tears. She could do no more than beg. "Please, Richard." He pressed his lips tight, then nodded and stuffed the necklace in a pocket. "I don't believe those are her intentions. But if it should turn out to be so, You have my word. She will wear the necklace. Kaylin sagged against him with a sob. He took her by the arm. Come on, hurry. I have to get whatever I need to take. I've only got a few minutes or all this will be for nothing. I can take the shorter trail and still catch up with her at the top of the pass, but I don't have much time. Chapter 23. Kaylin was aware of Kara, wearing her blood-red leather, standing in the doorway to their bedroom, watching Richard cram his things into his pack. Kaylin nodded as she and Richard exchanged brief, stilted instructions. They had already come to terms with the life and death issues. It seemed they both feared to say anything of consequence for fear of disturbing the delicate, desperate, difficult agreements they had reached. The meager light coming in the small window did little to brighten the gloom. Kara, over in the doorway, blocked some of the light. The room had the feel of a dungeon. Richard, dressed in dark clothes, looked like a shadow. So many times as she lay in bed recovering, Kaylin had thought of it that way, as her dungeon. Now it had the palpable sense of a dungeon, but with the clean aroma of pine walls instead of the stench of a stone cell from where trembling, sweating prisoners were taken to their death. Kara looked forlorn one moment, and the next like lightning seeking ground. Kaylin knew that the Mord Sith's emotions had to be as torn as her own, balancing on a knife's edge with despair and grief on one side and rage on the other. Mord Sith were not used to being in such a position, but then Kara was now more than simply Mord Sith. Kaylin watched Richard pack the black trousers, black undershirt, black and gold tunic, silver wristbands, overbelt with its pouches, and golden cloak into his pack, where they took up a good portion of the available space. He was wearing his dark forest garb and didn't have time to change. Kaylin hoped a time would soon come when he would escape and again wear the clothes of a war wizard to lead them against the Order. They all needed him to lead the Daharan Empire against the invading horde from the old world. For reasons that weren't always entirely clear, Richard had become the linchpin of their struggle. Kaylin knew his feelings about that people must be willing to fight for themselves, and not only for him, were valid. If an idea was sound, it had to have a life beyond a leader, or the leader had failed. As he threw other clothes and small items into his pack, Richard told Kaylin that maybe she could find Zed, that he might have some ideas. She nodded and said she would, knowing Zed wouldn't be able to do anything. This terrible triangle was not liable to be susceptible to influence by outsiders. Nietzsche had seen to that. It was just a hope Richard was giving her, the only bouquet he could offer in the desolate void of reality. Kaylin didn't know what to do with her hands. She stood twining her fingers together as tears dripped off her chin. There must be something to say, something important. Some last words while she had the chance, but she couldn't think of them. She supposed she knew what she felt, what was in her heart, and words couldn't add anything to that. She pressed her fist against the aching knot of anxiety in the pit of her stomach. A sense of doom crowded in the room like a fourth person, a grim guard waiting to take Richard away. This was the heart of terror, being controlled by what you couldn't see, couldn't reason with, couldn't persuade or battle. The doom waited, implacable, immune, indifferent. As Kara vanished from the doorway, Richard pulled a fistful of gold and silver from an inside pocket in his leather pack. He hastily dropped roughly half back in the pack and then held out the rest. Take this, you might need it. I'm the Mother Confessor. I don't need gold. He tossed it on the bed for her anyway, apparently not wanting to argue with her in their last moments together. Do you want any of the carvings? She asked. It was a stupid question, and she knew it, but she had to fill the awful silence, and it was the only thing to come into her head other than a hopeless plea. No, I've no need for them. When you look at them, think of me, and remember I love you. He rolled a blanket tight, wrapped it with a small patch of oiled canvas, and tied it with leather thongs to the bottom of his pack. I guess if I were to want any, I could always carve some. Kaylin handed him a cake of soap. I don't need your carving to remind me of your love. I'll remember. Carve something to make Nietzsche see that you should be free. Richard glanced up with a grim smile. I plan on seeing to it that she knows I won't ever give in to her in the order. Carvings won't be necessary. She thinks she has this all planned out, but she's going to find I'm bad company. Richard jammed a fist in his pack, making more room. Very bad company. Kara rushed back in, carrying small bundles with the corners tied in knots at the top. She plopped them down one at a time onto the bed. I put together some food for you, Lord Rahl. Things that will keep for traveling. Dried meat and fish and such. Some rice and beans. I put a loaf of bread that I made on top, so eat it first while it's still good. He thanked her as he put the small bundles into his pack. He put the bread to his nose for a deep whiff before packing it away. He gave Kara a smile of appreciation. Richard straightened. His smile evaporated in a way that for some reason made Kalen's blood go cold. Looking like he was in the throes of committing himself to some last grim deed, Richard pulled the baldric off over his head. He held the gold and silver-wrought scabbard in his left hand and drew the sword of truth in his white-knuckled right fist. The blade rang out with its unique metallic sound, announcing its freedom. Richard drew his sleeve up his arm and wiped the sword across his forearm. Kalen winced as she watched. She didn't know if he cut deeply accidentally or on purpose. With an icy sensation, she recalled that Richard cut very precisely with any sharp steel edge. He turned the blade and wiped both sides in gouts of vivid red blood. He bathed the blade in it, giving it a voluptuous taste, whetting its appetite for more. Kalen didn't know what he was doing or why he was doing it now, but it was a frightening ritual to witness. She wished he had drawn it before and cut down Nietzsche. Her blood Kalen would not fear seeing. Richard picked up the scabbard and slammed the sword of truth home. Blood running over his hand left greasy red smears across the scabbard as he slid his hand down the length of it to the tip, and then seized the sheathed weapon at its center point in his fist. His head bowed, his eyes on the dull silver and gold reflections, lustrous even through his own blood, he loomed closer to her. Richard looked up, and Kalen saw the lethal rage of magic dancing in his eyes. He had invoked the sword's terrible wrath, called it forth, and then put it away. She'd never seen him do such a thing before. He lifted the sword in its scabbard to her. The tendons in the back of his fist stood out in the strain. The white of his knuckles showed through the blood. "Take it," he said in a hoarse voice that betrayed the struggle within. Spellbound, Kalen lifted the scabbard in her palms. For that instant, until he pulled away his bloody hand, she felt a jolting shock, as if she were suddenly welded to the weapon by hot fury unlike anything she had ever experienced. She half expected to see a burst of sparks. She could feel such rage emanating from the cold steel that it nearly dropped her to her knees. She might have dropped the weapon itself in that first instant, had she been able to let go of it. She could not. Once Richard removed his hand, the sheathed sword lost the passionate rage and felt no different from any other weapon. Richard lifted a finger in caution. The dangerous magic still glazed his eyes. The muscles of his jaw tightened until she could see it standing out all the way up through his temples. "Don't draw this sword," he warned in that awful hoarse whisper, "unless it's a matter of your life. You know the ghastly things this weapon can do to a person. Not only the one under the power of the blade, but the one under the power of the hilt." Kalen, arrested by the intensity of his gaze, could only nod. She clearly recalled the first time Richard had used the sword to kill a man. The first time he came to learn the horror of killing had been to protect her. Using the weapon that first time, unleashing the magic the first time, had nearly killed Richard as well. It had been a struggle for him to learn how to control such a storm of magic as the sword of truth freed. Without the rage of the sword's magic, Richard's eyes were capable of conveying menace. Kalen could recall several times when his raptor's glare by itself had brought a room full of people to silence. There were few things worse than the need to escape the look in those eyes. Now those eyes hungered to deliver death. "Be angry if you must use this," he growled. "Be very angry. That will be your only salvation." Kalen swallowed. "I understand," she nodded. "I remember." Righteous rage was the only defense against the crippling pain the sword exacted as payment for its service. Life or death, no other reason. I don't know what will happen, and I'd just as soon you not find out. But I'd prefer that to you being without this terrible defense if you need it. I've given it a taste of blood. It will come out voracious. When it comes out, it will be in a blood rage. I understand. His eyes cooled at last. I'm sorry to give you the terrible responsibility of this weapon, especially in this way, but it's the only protection I can offer. With a hand on his arm to gently reassure him, Calen said, I won't have to use it. Dear spirits, I hope not. He glanced over his shoulder, taking a last look at their room and then at Kara. I have to get going. She ignored his words. Give me your arm first. He saw she had bandages left over from when Calen was still recovering. Without objection, he held out his blood-soaked arm. Kara used a wet cloth to quickly swab his arm before she wound it in clean bandages. Richard thanked her as she was finishing. Kara split the end, put the tails around his wrists, and tied a quick knot. We will come part of the way with you. No, you will stay here. Richard pulled down his sleeve. I don't want to risk it. But, Kara, I want you to protect Calen. I'm leaving her in your hands. I know you won't let me down. Kara's big, beautiful eyes, glistening with tears, reflected the kind of pain Calen was sure Kara never allowed anyone to see. I swear to protect her as I would protect you, Lord Rahl, if you swear to get away in return. Richard flashed her a brief smile, trying to ease her misery. I'm Lord Rahl. I don't need to remind you that I've wiggled out of tighter spots than this. He kissed her cheek. Kara, I swear I'll never give up trying to get away. You have my word. Calen realized he hadn't really sworn to Kara's words. He wouldn't, she knew, want to make a promise he might not be able to keep. Bending to the bed, he pulled his pack close. I have to go. He held the strap in a stranglehold. I can't be late. Calen's fingers tightened on his arm. Kara laid a hand on his shoulder. Richard turned back and gripped Calen's shoulders. Listen to me now. I wish you would stay here, in this house, in these mountains, where it's safe for you. But I don't think anything short of my dying request could convince you to do that. At least stay for 4 or 5 days, in case I'm able to figure out what's going on and can escape Nietzsche. She may be a sister of the dark, but I'm no longer exactly a stranger to magic. I've escaped powerful people before. I've sent Darken Rahl back to the underworld. I've gone to the Temple of the Winds in another world in order to stop the plague. I've escaped worse than this. Who knows? This might be simpler than it seems. If I do escape her, I'll come back here, so wait for a while at least. If I can't get away from Nietzsche for now, try to find Zed. He might have some idea of what to do. Anne was with him the last time we saw him. She's the prelate of the Sisters of the Light and knew Nietzsche for a very long time. Perhaps she knows something that, along with what Zed might be able to come up with, could help. Richard, don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you when you get away. So just be at ease about that much of it and put all your effort into escaping from her. We'll wait here for a while, I promise. I will watch over her, Lord Rahl. Don't worry about the Mother Confessor. Richard nodded. He turned back to Calen. His fingers on her arms tightened. His brow drew down. I know you, and I know the way you feel, but you have to listen to me. The time has not yet come. It may never come. You may think I'm wrong in this, but if you close your eyes to the reality of what is in favor of what you would wish, just because you're the Mother Confessor and feel responsible for the people of the Midlands, then there is no reason for us to bother hoping we'll be together again, because we won't. We will be dead, and the cause of freedom will be dead. His face loomed closer. Above all else, our forces must not attack the heart of the Order's army. It's too soon. If you carry an assault directly into the heart of the Order, thinking you can win, it will be the end of our forces and the end of our chances. All hope for the cause of freedom and all hope to defeat the Order will be lost for generations to come. It's the same way we must use our heads with Nietzsche and not fight her in a direct attack, or we will both die. You promised you would not kill yourself to free me. Don't throw that promise away by going against what I'm telling you now." It all seemed so unimportant at the moment. The only thing that mattered was that she was losing him. She would have cast the rest of the world to the wolves if she could just keep him. "All right, Richard. Promise me." His fingers were hurting her arms. He shook her. "I mean it. You could throw it all away if you don't heed my warning. You could destroy the hope of people for the next 50 generations. You could be the one who destroys freedom and brings a dark age upon the world. Promise me you won't." 1,000 thoughts swirled in chaotic turmoil through her mind. Kaylin stared up into his eyes. She heard herself say, "I promise, Richard. Until you say so, we'll make no direct attack." He looked like a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. A smile spread on his face as he pulled her into an embrace. His fingers combed into her hair and cradled her head as she rose to his kiss. Her hands slipped up the backs of his shoulders as she held him. It only lasted a moment, but in that moment of stolen bliss, they shared a world of emotions. All too soon, the kiss, the embrace, was over. His warm presence swirled away from her, allowing the awful weight of doom to settle firmly down atop her. Richard briefly hugged Kara before he hefted his pack onto a shoulder. He turned back at the bedroom doorway. "I love you, Kaylin. Never anyone before you, nor ever after you. Only you." His eyes said it even better. "You're everything to me, Richard. You know that." "I love you too, Kara." He winked at her. "Take good care of the both of you until I'm back." "I will, Lord Rahl. You have my word as Mord Sith." He gave her a crooked smile. "I have your word as Kara." And then he was gone. "I love you too, Lord Rahl," Kara whispered to the empty doorway. Kaylin and Kara ran into the main room and stood in the doorway watching him running across the meadow. Kara cupped her hands around her mouth. "I love you too, Lord Rahl," she shouted. Richard turned as he ran and acknowledged her words with a wave. Together they watched Richard's dark figure flying through the dead brown grass, his fluid gait swiftly carrying him away. Just before he disappeared into the trees, he stopped and turned. Kaylin shared a last look with him, a look that said everything. He turned and vanished into the woods, his clothes making him impossible to distinguish from the trees and undergrowth. Kaylin collapsed to her knees, sitting back on her heels as she lost control of her emotions. She wept helplessly, her head in her hands, at what seemed the end of the world. Kara squatted beside her to put an arm around her shoulders. Kaylin hated to have Kara see her cry that way, cry in such weakness. She felt a distant gratitude when Kara held her head to her shoulder and didn't say anything. Kaylin didn't know how long she sat on the dirt floor in her white confessor's dress, sobbing, but after a time she was able to make herself stop. Her heart continued to spiral down into hopeless gloom. Each passing moment seemed unendurable. The bleak future stretched out before her, a wasteland of agony. She finally looked up and gazed about at the house. Without Richard, it was empty. He had given it life. Now it was a dead place. "What do you wish to do, Mother Confessor?" It was getting dark. Whether it was the sunset or the clouds getting thicker, Kaylin didn't know. She wiped at her eyes. "Let's begin to get our things together. We'll stay here a few days, like Richard asked. After that, anything the horses can't carry that will spoil, we'd better bury. We should board up the windows. We'll close up the house good and tight." "For when we return to paradise someday?" Kaylin nodded as she looked about, trying desperately to focus her mind on a task and not on that which would crush her. The worst part, she knew, was going to be night, when she was alone in bed, when he wasn't with her. Now the valley seemed more like Paradise Lost. She had trouble believing that Richard was really gone. It seemed as if he were just off to catch some fish or hunt berries or scalp the hills. It seemed as if surely he would be coming back soon. Yes, for when we return. Then it will be paradise again. I guess when Richard returns, wherever we are will be paradise. Kaylin noticed that Kara didn't hear her answer. The Mord Sith was staring through the doorway. "Kara, what is it?" Lord Rahl is gone. Kalin rested a comforting hand on Kara's shoulder. I know it hurts, but we must put our minds to. No, Kara turned back. Her blue eyes were strangely troubled. No, that's not what I mean. I mean that I can't sense him. I can't feel the bond to Lord Rahl. I know where he is. He's going up the trail up to that pass, but I can't feel it. She looked panicked. Dear spirits, it's like going blind. I don't know how to find him. I can't find Lord Rahl. Kalin's first flash of fear was that he fell and was killed, or that Nietzsche had executed him. She used reason to force the fear aside. Nietzsche knows about the bond. She probably used her magic to cloak it or to sever it. Cloaked it somehow. Kara rolled her Aegil in her fingers. That's what it has to be. I can still feel my Aegil, so I know that Lord Rahl has to be alive. The bond is still there, but I cannot feel it to sense where he is. Kalin sighed with relief. That has to be it. Nietzsche doesn't want to be followed, so she cloaked his bond with magic. Kalin realized that to be protected from the Dreamwalker by the bond to Richard, people would now have to believe in him without the reassurance of feeling the bond. Their link would have to remain true in their hearts if they were to survive. Could they do that? Could they believe in that way? Kara stared out the doorway across the meadow to the mountains where Richard had disappeared. The blue-violet sky behind the blue-gray mountains was slashed with blazing orange gashes. The snowcaps were lower than they had been. Winter was racing toward them. If Richard didn't soon escape and return, Kalin and Kara would have to be gone before it arrived. Bouts of dizzying grief threatened to drown her in a flood of tears. Needing to do something, she went to her room to take off her confessor's dress. She would set to work with the task of closing up the house and preparing to leave. As Kalin pulled her dress off, Kara appeared in the doorway. Where are we going to go, Mother Confessor? You said we were going to leave, but you never said where we were going to go. Kalin saw Spirit standing in the window, fists at her sides as she looked out at the world. She lifted the carving off the sill and trailed her fingers over the flowing form. Seeing the statue, touching it, feeling the power of it, made Kalin want to reach deep inside for resolve. Once before she had been hopeless, and Richard carved this for her. Her other hand fell to her side, and her fingers found Richard's sword lying across their bed. Kalin focused her mind, ordering the turbulent swirl of despair thickening into wrath. To destroy the order. Destroy the order? Those beasts took my unborn child, and now they've taken Richard. I will make them regret it 1,000 times over, and then another 1,000. I once swore an oath of death without mercy to the order. The time has come. If killing every last one of them is the only way to get Richard back, then that's what I will do. You swore an oath to Lord Rahl. Richard said nothing about not killing them, just about how. My oath was not to try to drive a sword through their heart. He said nothing about bleeding them to death with 1,000 cuts. I won't break my oath, but I intend to kill every last one of them. Mother Confessor, you must not do that. Why? Kara's blue eyes gleamed with menace. You must leave half for me. Chapter 24. Richard had stopped to turn back and look at her only once as he ran, just before he went into the trees. She was standing in the doorway in her white confessor's dress, her long, thick hair tumbling down, her form the embodiment of feminine grace, looking as beautiful as the first time he saw her. They held each other's gaze for a brief moment. He was too far away to see the green of her eyes, a color he'd never beheld on anyone else, a color of such heart-piercing perfection that it sometimes would stop his breathing and at other times quicken it. But it was the mind of the woman behind those eyes that in reality captivated him. Richard had never met her equal. He knew he was cutting the time close. As much as he hated the idea of turning his gaze away from Kalin, her life hung in the balance. His purpose was clear. Richard had plunged into the woods. He had traveled the trail often enough. He knew where he could run and where he had to be careful. Now, with little time left, he couldn't afford to be too careful. He didn't try for a glimpse of the house. He was alone in the woods as he ran, his thoughts but salt in a raw wound. For once he felt out of place in the woods, powerless, insignificant, hopeless. Bare branches clattered together in the wind while others creaked and moaned as if in mock sorrow to see him leaving. He tried not to think as he ran. Fir and spruce trees took over as the ground rose out of the valley. His breath came in rapid pulls. In the cold shadows of the forest floor, the wind was a distant pursuer far overhead, chasing after him, shooing him along, hounding him away from the happiest place he had ever been. Spongy mounds of verdant moss lay dotting the forest floor in the low places where mostly cedars grew, looking like wedding cakes done up in an intense green, sprinkled over with tiny chocolate-brown scale-like cedar needles. Richard tiptoed on rocks sticking up above the water as he crossed a small stream. As the little brook tumbled down the slope, it went under rocks and boulders in places, making an echoing drumming sound, announcing him to the stalwart oaks along his march into imprisonment. In the flat gray light, he failed to see a reddish loop of cedar root. It caught his foot and sent him sprawling face down in the trail, a final humiliation on his judgment and sentence of banishment. As Richard lay in the cold, damp, discarded leaves, dead branches, and other refuse of the forest, he considered not getting up ever again. He could just lie there and let it all end. Let the indifferent wind freeze his limbs stiff, let the sneaky spiders and snakes and wolves come to bite him and bleed him to death. And then finally the uncaring trees would cover him over, never to be missed except by a few, his vanishing a good riddance to most. A messenger with a message no one wanted to heed. A leader come too soon. Why not just let it end? Let silent death take them both to their peace and be done with it. The scornful trees all watched to see what this unworthy man might do, to see if he had the courage to get to his feet and face what was ahead. He didn't know himself if he did. Death was easier, and in that bottomless moment, less painful to consider. Even Kaylin, as much as he loved her, wanted something from him he could not give her, a lie. She wanted him to tell her that something he knew to be so was not. He would do anything for her, but he couldn't change what was. At least she had enough faith in him to let him lead her away from the shadows of tyranny darkening the world. Even if she didn't believe him, she was probably the only one willing, of her own free will, to follow him. In truth, he lay on the ground for only seconds, regaining his senses from the fall and catching his breath as the thoughts flooded through his mind, brief seconds in which he allowed himself to be weak in exchange for how hard he knew everything to come would be. Weakness to balance the strength he would need, doubt to balance his certainty of purpose, fear to balance the courage he would have to call upon. Even as he wondered if he could get up, he knew he would. His convulsion of self-pity ended abruptly. He would do anything for her, even this. 1,000 times over even this. With renewed resolve, Richard forced his mind away from the dominion of dark thoughts. He wasn't so hopeless, he knew better. After all, he had faced trials much more difficult than this one sister of the dark. He had once gotten Kaylin out of the clutches of 5 sisters of the dark. This was but one. He would defeat her too. Anger welled up at the thought of Nietzsche thinking she could make them dance at the end of her selfish strings. Despair extinguished, rage flooded in. And then he was running again, dodging trees as he cut corners off the trail. He hurdled fallen trees and leaped over gaps in the rock shelves rather than taking the safe route down and up. Each shortcut or leap saved him a few precious seconds. A broken tree limb snagged his pack, yanking it from his shoulder. He tried to hang on to it as he flew past, but it slipped from his grasp and spilled across the ground. Richard exploded in fury, as if the tree had done it on purpose just to taunt him in his rush. He kicked the offending branch, snapping it out of its dry socket. He fell to his knees and scooped his things back into the pack, clawing up moss along with gold and silver coins and a pine seedling along with the soap Kaylin had given him. He didn't have time to care as he shoved it all back in. This time, he put the pack onto his back rather than letting it hang from one shoulder. He had been trying to save time before, and it had cost him instead. The path, which in places was no more than sections of animal trails, began to rise sharply, occasionally requiring that he use both hands to hold on to rocks or roots as he climbed. He'd been up it enough times to know the sound handholds. As cold as the day was, Richard had to wipe sweat from his eyes. He skinned his knuckles on rough granite as he jammed his fingers into cracks for handholds. In his mind's eye, Nietzsche was riding too swiftly, covering too much ground, getting too far ahead. He knew it had been foolhardy to take so much time before leaving, thinking he could make up for it on the trail. He wished he could have taken more time, though, to hold Kaylin. His insides were in agony at the thought of how heartbroken Kaylin was. He felt somehow that it was worse for her. Even if she was free and he was not, that made it worse for her because in her freedom she had to restrain herself when she wanted nothing more than to come after him. In bondage to a master, Richard had it easy. He had only to follow orders. He burst out of the trees onto the wider trail at the top of the pass. Nietzsche was nowhere to be seen. He held his breath as he looked to the east, fearing to spot her going down the backside of the pass. Beyond the high place where he stood, he could see forests spread out before him with mountains to each side lifting the carpet of trees. In the distance, greater mountains yet soared to dizzying heights, their peaks and much of their slopes stark white against the gloom of heavy gray sky. Richard didn't see any horse and rider, but since the trail twisted down into the trees not far beyond where he stood, that didn't really prove anything. The top of the pass was a bald bit of open ledge with most of the rest of the horse trail winding through deep woods. He quickly inspected the ground, casting about for tracks, hoping she wouldn't be too far ahead of him and he could catch her before she did something terrible. His sense of doom eased when he found no tracks. He peered out of the valley far below across the straw-brown meadow to their house. It was too far away to see anyone. He hoped Kaylin would stay there for a few days, as he had asked. He didn't want her going to the army, going to fight a losing war, endangering her life for nothing. Page 192. Richard understood Kaylin's desire to be with her people and to defend her homeland. She believed she could make a difference. She could not. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Richard's vision was really nothing more than the acceptance of that reality. Shaking your sword at the sky didn't keep the sun from setting. Richard cast an appraising squint at the clouds. For the last 2 days, he had thought that the signs pointed to the first snow of the season soon rolling down onto their valley home. By the look of the sky and the scent in the wind, he judged he was right. He knew he wasn't going to be able to escape Nietzsche so easily as to be able to get back to Kaylin within a few days. He had invented that story for another reason. Once the weather shifted and the snow arrived up in these mountain highlands, it tended to come in an onslaught. If the storm was as big as he estimated by the signs it could be, Kaylin and Kara would end up being stuck in their house until spring. With all the food they'd put up, as well as the supplies he'd brought in, they had plenty to last the two of them. The firewood he'd cut would keep them warm. There, she would be safe. With the army, she would be in constant danger. The dappled mare walked out of the trees, coming around a bend not far away. Nietzsche's blue eyes were on Richard from the first instant she appeared. At the time the Sisters of the Light had taken him to the Palace of the Prophets in the Old World, Richard had mistakenly believed Kaylin wanted him taken away. He didn't know or understand she had sent him away to save his life. Richard thought she didn't ever want to see him again. While in captivity at the palace, Richard thought Nietzsche was the personification of lust. He was hardly able to find his voice when around her. He had hardly been able to believe a creature of such physical perfection existed, other than in daydreams. Now, as he watched her swaying gently in her saddle as she walked her horse up the trail, her intense blue eyes locked on his, it seemed to him she wore her beauty with a kind of grim acceptance. She had so completely lost her stunning presence that he couldn't even envision any reason for his one-time sentiment about her. Richard had since learned the true depths of what a real woman was, what real love was, and what real fulfillment was. In that light, Nietzsche paled into insignificance. As he watched her coming closer, he was surprised to realize she looked sad. She seemed almost to be sorry to find him there. But more than that, there seemed to be a shadow of relief passing across her countenance. "Richard, you lived up to my faith." Her voice suggested that it had been tenuous at best. "You're in a sweat. Would you like to rest?" Her feigned kindness drove hot blood all the way up to his scalp. He pulled his glare from her gentle smile and turned to the trail, walking ahead of her horse. He thought it best if he not say anything until he could get a grip on his rage. Not far down the trail, they came to a black stallion with a white blaze on its face. The big horse was picketed in a small grassy patch of open ground among towering pines. "Your horse, as I promised," she said. "I hope you find him to your liking. I judged him to be big and strong enough to carry you comfortably." Richard checked and found the smooth snaffle bit to his approval. She wasn't abusing the animals with cruel bits used to dominate, as he knew some of the sisters did. The rest of the tack appeared sound. The horse looked healthy. Richard took a few moments to introduce himself to the stallion. He reminded himself that the horse was not the cause of his problems, and he shouldn't let his attitude toward Nietzsche affect how he treated this handsome animal. He didn't ask the horse's name. He let it sniff his hand beneath its curled muzzle, then stroked the stallion's sleek black neck. He patted its shoulder, conveying a gentle introduction without words. The powerful black stallion stamped his front hooves. He was not yet all that pleased to meet Richard. For the time being, there was no choice of routes. There was only the one trail, and it ran from the direction of the house where Kalin was, back to the east. Richard took the lead so that he wouldn't have to look at Nietzsche. He didn't want to jump right on the stallion at first sight and make a bad impression that would take a lot of work to overcome. Better to let the horse get to know him first, if just for a mile or so. He held the reins slack under the stallion's jaw and walked in front of him, letting him get comfortable with following this strange new man. Putting his mind to the task of working with the horse helped divert him from thoughts that threatened to drag him under a sea of sorrow. After a time, the stallion seemed at ease with his new master, and Richard mounted without any ado. The narrow trail precluded Nietzsche walking her horse beside his. Her dappled mare snorted its displeasure at having to follow the stallion. Richard was pleased to know that he had already upset the order of things. Nietzsche offered no conversation, sensing, he supposed, his mood. He was going with her, but there was no way she could hope to make him happy about it. When it started getting dark, Richard simply dismounted beside a small brook where the horses could have a drink and tossed his things on the ground. Nietzsche wordlessly accepted his choice of campsite and unstrapped her bedroll from her saddle after she'd taken it down off her horse. She sat on her bedroll, looking a little downcast more than anything else, and ate some sausage along with a hard biscuit washed down with water. After her first bite, she lifted the sausage to him, meeting his gaze in a questioning manner. He didn't acknowledge the offer. Nietzsche assumed he declined and went back to eating. When she was finished and had washed in the brook, she went behind the thick undergrowth for a time. When she came back, she crawled into her bedroll without a word, turned away from him, and went to sleep. Richard sat on the mossy ground, arms folded, leaning the small of his back against his saddle. He didn't sleep the entire night. He sat watching Nietzsche sleep in the light of the overcast sky, lit from the other side by a nearly full moon, watching her slow, even breathing, her slightly parted lips, the slow pulse in the vein at the side of her throat, thinking the whole time how he might overcome what she had done to them. He thought about strangling her, but he knew better. He had used magic before. He had in the past not only felt but unleashed incredible power through his gift. He had faced situations of enormous danger involving a wide variety of magic. Richard had called upon his gift to conjure such power as no one living had ever seen, and he had watched as it was brought to life at his conscious direction. His gift was invoked mostly through anger and need. He had an abundant supply of both. He just didn't know how it could help him. He didn't understand well enough what Nietzsche had done to begin to think of what he might do to counter it. With Kalin's life at the other end of Nietzsche's invisible cord of magic, he dared not do anything until he was sure of it. He would be, though. He just had to figure it out. Experience told him that it was a reasonable supposition. He told himself it was only a matter of time. If he wanted to keep his sanity, he knew he had to believe that. The next morning, without speaking a word to Nietzsche, he saddled the horses. She sat watching him tighten the cinch straps, making sure they weren't pinching the horses as she sipped from a water skin. She took bread from her saddlebag lying beside her and asked if he would like a piece. Richard ignored her. He would have been tired from not sleeping the whole cold night, but his anger kept him wide awake. Under a leaden sky, they rode at an easy but steady pace all that day through forests that seemed endless. It felt good to have a warm horse under him. Throughout the day, they continued their gradual descent from the higher country, where the house was, down into the lowlands. Toward dark, the snow arrived. At first, it was just a few furtive flakes swirling through the air. As it steadily increased, it seemed to leach the color from trees and ground alike until the world turned white. Visibility steadily diminished as the snow thickened into a disorienting, drifting, solid wall. He had to keep blinking the fat flakes from his eyes. For the first time since leaving with Nietzsche, Richard felt a sense of relief. Kalin and Kara up higher in the mountains would wake in the morning to several feet of snow. They would decide that it was foolish to try to leave when they would believe it was only an early snow that would melt down enough in a few days for them to have an easier time of traveling. Up in those mountains, that would be a mistake. It would stay cold. A storm would follow on the heels of this one, and they would soon have snow up to the shutters. They would be nervous about waiting, but would probably decide that it was now more important for them to delay until a break in the weather. After all, there was no urgency. In all likelihood, they would end up safely stuck in the house for the winter. When he eventually escaped from Nietzsche's talons, Richard would find Kalin snug in their home. He decided that it would be foolish to let his anger dictate that they sleep on the open ground. They could freeze to death. He recalled all too well that if Nietzsche died, Kalin died. When he spotted a big wayward pine, he walked his horse off the trail. Brushing against branches dumped wet snow on him. Richard flicked it off his shoulders and shook it from his hair. Nietzsche glanced around, confused, but didn't object. She dismounted as she waited to see what he was doing. When he held a heavy bough to the side for her, she frowned at him before poking her head inside for a look. She straightened with an expression of childlike delight. Richard didn't return her wide grin. Inside, under the thick boughs caked with snow, was a still, frigid world. With the snow crusting the tree, it was dark inside. In the dim light, Richard dug a small fire pit and soon caught fire to the deadwood he'd carefully stacked over shavings. With the crackling flames built into a warm glow, Nietzsche gazed around in wonder at the inside of the wayward pine. The spoke-like branches over their heads were cast in a soft orange blush by the flickering light. The lower trunk was bare of limbs, leaving the inside of the tree a hollow cone with ample open space at the bottom for them. Nietzsche quietly warmed her hands by the fire, looking contented, not like she was gloating that he'd given in and found shelter and built a fire, but contented. She looked as if she had been through a great ordeal, and now she could be at peace. She looked like a woman expecting nothing, but grateful for what she had. Richard hadn't had breakfast with her or anything the day before. His bitter resolve gave way to his hunger, so he boiled water from melted snow and cooked rice and beans. Starving wouldn't do him or Kalin any good. Without words, he offered Nietzsche half the rice and beans poured into the crust of one end of his loaf of bread. She took the bread bowl and thanked him. She offered him a sun-dried slice of meat. Richard stared at her thin, delicate fingers holding out the piece of meat. It reminded him of someone feeding a chipmunk. He snatched the meat from her hand and tore off a chunk with his teeth. To avoid her gaze, he watched the fire as he ate his rice and beans out of the heel of bread. Other than the crackle of the fire, the only sound was the thump of snow falling in clumps from limbs not stout enough to hold the load. Snowfalls often turned a forest to a place of eerie stillness. Sitting by the low fire after he'd finished his meal, feeling the warmth of the flames on his face, the exhaustion from the long ride on top of his vigil the night before finally caught up with him. Richard stacked thicker wood on the dwindling fire and banked the coals around it. He unrolled his bedroll on the opposite side of the fire from Nietzsche as she silently watched him, climbed in, and as he thought about Kalin safe in their house, fell soundly asleep. The next day they were up early. Nietzsche said nothing, but once they were mounted, decisively cut her dappled mare in front of the black stallion and took the lead. The snow had changed to a cold, drizzling mist. What snow was left on the ground had melted down to gray slush. The lowlands were not quite ready to relinquish themselves to winter's grip. Up higher, where Kalin was, it was colder and would be snowing in earnest. As they rode carefully along a narrow road at the side of a mountain, Richard tried to watch the woods to keep his mind on other things, but he couldn't help occasionally looking at Nietzsche, riding right in front of him. It was cold and damp. She wore a heavy black cloak over her black dress. With her back straight, her head held high, and her blonde hair fanned out over her cloak, she looked regal. He wore his dark forest clothes and hadn't shaved. Nietzsche's dappled mare was dark gray, almost black, with lighter gray rings over its body. Its mane was dark gray, as were the lightly feathered legs, and the tail was a milky white. It was one of the most handsome horses Richard had ever seen. He hated it. It was hers. By afternoon, they intersected a trail running to the south. Nietzsche, leading the way, continued to the east. Before the day was out, they would encounter a few more paths, used mainly by an occasional hunter or trapper. The mountains were inhospitable. Even if you cleared the ground of trees, the soil was thin and rocky. In a few places closer to Heartland or other population centers to the north or south, there were grassy slopes that were able to support thin flocks of sheep or goats. As he felt the stallion's muscles moving beneath him, Richard looked out at land he knew and loved. He didn't know how long it would be until he was home again, if ever. He hadn't asked where they were going, figuring Nietzsche wouldn't likely tell him this soon. That they were headed east didn't mean much just yet, because their choice of routes was limited. In the passive rhythm of the ride, Richard's mind kept returning to his sword and how he had given it to Kalin. At the time, it had seemed the only thing to do. He hated that he had given it to her the way he had, yet he could think of no other way to afford her any protection. He prayed she would never have to use the sword. If she did, he'd given it a measure of his rage, too. At his belt he wore a fine knife, but he felt naked without his sword. He hated the ancient weapon, the way it pulled dark things from within him, and at the same time he missed it. He often reminded himself of Zed's words that it was merely a tool. It was more, too. The sword was a mirror, albeit one bound in magic capable of raining terrible destruction. The sword of truth would annihilate anything before it, flesh or steel, as long as what stood before it was the enemy. Yet it could not harm a friend. Therein lay the paradox of its magic. Evil was defined solely by the perceptions of the person holding the sword, by what he believed to be true. Richard was the true seeker and heir to the power of the sword created by the wizards in the Great War. It should be with him. He should be protecting the sword. A lot of things should be, he told himself. Late in the afternoon, they left the eastern path they were on and took one tending east and south. Richard knew the trail. It would pass through a village in another day and then become a narrow road. Since Nietzsche had deliberately taken the new route, she must have known that too. Near dark, they skirted the north shore of a good-sized lake. A small raft of seagulls floated out near the middle of the rain-swept water. Seagulls weren't common in these parts, but they were not unheard of either. He recalled all the seabirds he had seen when he had been in the old world. The sea had fascinated him. In a cove on the far shore, Richard could just make out two men fishing. On that side of the lake, there was a trail worn to a deep rut over many generations by people coming up to fish from a hamlet to the south. The two men, sitting on a broad, flat rock jutting out into the lake, waved in greeting. It wasn't often one encountered riders out here. Richard and Nietzsche were too far away for the men to make them out. The men probably assumed they were trappers. Nietzsche returned the wave in a casual manner, as if to say, "Good luck with the fishing, wish we could join you." They rounded a bend and finally disappeared from the men. Richard wiped his wet hair off his forehead as they rowed along beside the lake, listening to the small waves lapping at the muddy shore. Leaving the lake behind, they cut into the forest as the trail rose on its way across a gentle slope. Nietzsche had put her hood up against the intermittent rain and drizzle purring through the trees. A darkening gloom descended on the woods. Richard didn't want to do anything that would get Kalin killed. The time had finally come when he had to speak. "When we come upon someone, what am I to say? I don't suppose you want me telling people you're a sister of the dark out snatching victims. Or do you wish me to play the part of a mute?" Nietzsche gave him a sidelong glance. "You will be my husband as far as everyone is concerned," she said without hesitation. "I expect you to adhere to that story under all circumstances. For all practical purposes from now on, you are my husband. I am your wife." Richard's fists tightened on the reins. "I have a wife. You are not she. I'm not going to pretend you are." Swaying gently in her saddle, Nietzsche seemed indifferent to his words or the emotion behind them. She gazed skyward, taking in the darkening sky. It was too warm down in the lowlands for snow. Through occasional breaks in the low clouds, though, Richard had caught glimpses of wind-swept mountain slopes behind them, cloaked in thick white drifts. Kalin was sure to be dry, warm, and stuck. "Do you think you could find us another of those shelter trees," Nietzsche asked, "where it would be dry like last night? I'd dearly love to get dry and warm." Between sporadic gaps in the pine trees and through the scramble of bare branches of the alder and ash, Richard surveyed the hillside descending before them. "Yes." "Good. We need to have a talk." Chapter 25. As Richard dismounted near one of his shelter trees at the edge of a small, slanted open patch of grassy ground, Nietzsche took the reins of his horse. She could feel his smoldering glare on her back as she picketed the horses to the thick branches of an alder heavy with catkins. The horses were hungry and promptly started cropping the wet grass. Without a word, Richard began casting about, collecting dead wood from under dense thickets of spruce trees, where she supposed it might be a little drier. She watched him not openly, but casually, covertly, from the corner of her eye as he went about his chore. He was everything she remembered and more. It was not so much that he was just big physically, but he had a commanding presence that had matured since she had last seen him. Before, she had been tempted at times to think of him as little more than a boy. No more. Now he was a powerful wild stallion trapped in a pen of his own construction. She kept her distance, letting him kick at the walls of that pen. It would bring her no gain to taunt this wild beast. Taunting him, torturing him in his anguish, was the last thing in the world she wanted. Nietzsche could understand his smoldering anger. It was to be expected. She could plainly see his feelings for the Mother Confessor and hers for him. The integrity of the walls of his pen consisted of nothing more than the gossamer fence rails of his feelings for her. While Nietzsche sympathized with his pain, she knew that she, of all people, could do nothing to alleviate it. It would take time for his hurt to heal. Over time, the rails of his fence would be replaced by others. Someday he would come to terms with what had to be. Someday he would come to understand the truth of the things she intended to show him. Someday he would come to understand the necessity of what she was doing. It was for the best. At the edge of the clearing, Nietzsche settled herself on a gray slab of granite that, by the unique angles of its broken face, had once belonged to the ledge poking out from under the deep green of balsam and spruce behind her, but over time had been moved away from it by the inexorable effort of nature, leaving a gap the shape of a jagged lightning bolt between their once mated edges. Nietzsche sat with her back straight, a habit instilled in her from a young age by her mother, and watched Richard going about unsaddling the horses. He let them both eat some oats from canvas nose bags while he collected rocks from the clearing. At first, she couldn't imagine what he was doing. When he took them, along with the wood he had collected, in under the boughs of the shelter tree, she realized he must be going to use the rocks to ring a fire pit. He was inside a long time, so she knew he must be working on building a fire out of the wet wood. She could have used her gift to help, had her gift enough power left to light wet wood. It didn't. Richard seemed to be up to the task, though. She had watched him light a fire the night before, starting it in birch bark, shavings, and twigs. Nietzsche had never been one for such outdoor activities. She left him to it and set about the small chore of repairing her horse's cinch strap. The rain had let up for the time being, leaving behind the tingle of a fine mist against her cheeks. As she worked at knotting the loose cords of the heavy twine strap back onto its buckle, she heard little crackling sounds coming from under the tree. The sputtering and popping told her that Richard had gotten the fire going. She heard the clang of a pot on rock, so she reasoned that he was leaving water to boil when the fire got hot enough. Sitting on the slab of granite, Nietzsche quietly worked a tangle out of the cinch strap as he came back out to care for the horses. Free of the nose bags, the horses drank from a pool of water in a depression in the smooth tan ledge. Though Richard wore dark clothes appropriate for the wood, they could not diminish his bearing. His gray-eyed gaze swept over her, taking in what she was doing. He left her to her knot work as he went about his chore of currying the horses. His big hands worked smoothly with a sure touch. She was certain the horses would appreciate having all the caked mud cleaned from their legs. She would, were she they. "You said we needed to talk," Richard finally said to her, as he stroked the curry comb over the mare's rump, whisking away a last spatter of mud. "I presume a talk consists of you dictating the terms of my imprisonment. I imagine you have rules for your captives." By his icy inflection, it sounded as if he had decided to provoke her a little, to test her reaction. Nietzsche set the cinch strap aside. She met his challenging tone with one of genuine sympathy instead. "Just because something has happened to you before, Richard, don't assume that means it will again. Fate does not give birth to the same child over and over. Each is different. This is not like the 2 times before." Her response, as well as the compassion in her eyes, appeared to have caught him off guard. He stared at her a moment before crouching to replace the curry comb in a pocket in the saddlebag and take out a pick. 2 times before. There was no way he could miss her meaning. His blank expression didn't betray what he might be thinking as he lifted the stallion's right forefoot to pick its hoof clean. "I don't know what you're talking about." Just as he probed the hoof with his pick, she knew he was probing her as well, wanting to know just how much she knew of those 2 times and what she thought was different this time. He would surely want to know how she intended to avoid the mistakes of his past captors. Any warrior would. He was not yet ready to accept how fundamentally different this was. Richard worked his way around the big black horse, cleaning its hooves, until he ended at the left forefoot close to her. As he finished and let the stallion's leg down, Nietzsche stood. When he turned around, she was close enough to feel his warm breath on her cheek. He fixed her with his glare, a look that was no longer as unsettling to her as it had been at first. She found herself, instead of shrinking back, staring into that penetrating gaze of his, marveling that she had him. She finally had him. It could have been no more wondrous to her had she somehow managed to bottle the moon and stars. "You are a prisoner," Nietzsche said. "Your anger and resentment are entirely understandable. I would never have expected you to be pleased about this, Richard, but it is not the same as those times before." She gently gripped his throat. He was surprised, but sensed he was in no immediate danger. "Before," she said in quiet solace, "you had a collar around your neck. Both times." "You were at the Palace of the Prophets, where I was taken." She felt him swallow. "But the other—" She released his throat. "I do not use a collar, as did the Sisters of the Light, to control you, to give you pain in order to make you obey or to put you through their ridiculous tests. My purpose is nothing like that." She pulled her cloak forward over her shoulders as she smiled distantly. "Remember when you first came to the Palace of the Prophets? Remember the speech you gave?" Richard's words were brittle with caution. "Not exactly." She was still staring off into the memories. "I do. It was the first time I saw you. I remember every word." Richard said nothing, but in his eyes she could see the shadows of his mind working. "You were in a rage, not unlike now. You held out a red leather rod hanging around your neck. Remember, Richard?" "I guess I did." His suspicious glare broke. "A lot has happened since then. I guess I'd put it out of my mind." "You said that you had been collared before. You said that the person who had once put that collar around your neck had brought you pain to punish you, to teach you." His posture shifted to stiff wariness. "What of it?" She focused once more on his gray eyes, eyes that watched her every blink, her every breath, as he weighed her every word. It was all going into some inner calculation, she knew, some inner master analysis of how high was his fence, and if he could jump it. He could not. "I always wondered about that," she said, "about what you had said about having been in a collar before. Some months back we captured a woman in red leather, a Mord Sith." His color paled just a little. "She said she was searching for Lord Rahl to protect him. I persuaded her to tell me everything she knew about you." "I'm not from Dahara." His voice sounded confident. Nevertheless, she sensed a subterranean torrent of dread. "A Mord Sith would know next to nothing about me." Nietzsche reached inside her cloak for the thing she had brought with her. She let the small red leather rod roll from her fingers to fall to the ground at his feet. He stiffened. "Oh, but she did, Richard. She knew a great deal." She smiled a small smile, not pleasure nor mockery, but in distant sadness at the memory of that brave woman. "She knew Denna. She had been at the People's Palace in Dahara, where you were taken after Denna captured you. She knew all about it." Richard's gaze fell away. On bended knee, he reverently picked the red leather rod off the wet ground. He wiped the thing clean on his pant leg as if it were priceless. "A Mord Sith would not tell you anything." He stood and boldly met her gaze. "A Mord Sith is a product of torture. She would say only enough to make you believe she was cooperating. She would feed you a clever lie to deceive you. She would die before speaking any words to harm her Lord Rahl." With one long finger, Nietzsche pulled a sodden strand of blonde hair off her cheek. "You underestimate me, Richard. That woman was very brave. I felt great sorrow for her. But there were things I wanted to know. She told it all. She told me everything I wanted to know." Nietzsche could see the rage rising in him, bringing a flush to his cheeks. That was not what she had intended or wanted. She was telling him the truth, but he rejected it, trying to overlay it instead with his own false assumptions. A moment passed, and that truth finally found its way into his eyes. The rage departed reluctantly, replaced by the weight of sadness that made him swallow at his grief for this woman. Nietzsche had expected no less from him. "Apparently," Nietzsche whispered, "Denna was very talented at torture." "I neither need nor want your sympathy." "But I did feel sympathy, Richard, for what that woman put you through for no purpose but to give pain. That's the worst kind of pain, isn't it? Pain to no benefit, no confession. The pointlessness of it only adds to its torture. That was what you suffered." Nietzsche gestured to the red leather weapon in his fist. "This woman did not suffer that kind of pain. I want you to know that." He pressed his lips tight in mistrust as he looked away from her eyes, gazing out at the gathering darkness. "You killed her, this Mord Sith named Denna, but not before she did unspeakable things to you." "So I did." Richard's expression hardened with the implied menace of his words. "You threatened the Sisters of the Light because they, too, collared you. You told them they were not good enough to lick the boots of that woman, Denna, and so they were not. You told the sisters that they thought they held the leash to your collar, but you promised them that they would find that what they held was a bolt of lightning. Don't think for one moment that I don't understand your feelings in this or your resolve." Nietzsche reached out and tapped the center of his chest. "But this time, Richard, the collar is around your heart, and it is Kaelin who will be forfeit should you make a mistake." His fists at the ends of his rigid arms tightened. "Kaelin would rather die than have me be a slave at her expense. She begged me to forfeit her life for my freedom. A day may dawn when it becomes necessary for me to honor her request." Nietzsche felt a weary boredom at his threats. People so often resorted to threatening her. "That is entirely up to you, Richard. But you make a great mistake if you think I care." She couldn't begin to recall how many times Jagang had made solemn threats on her life, or how many of those times his hands had tightened around her throat, choking the life out of her after he had beaten her senseless. Kedar Kardif had at times been no less brutal. She'd lost count of the times she fully expected to die, starting with the time when she was little and the man pulled her into the alley to rob her. But such men were not the only ones who promised her suffering. I cannot tell you the promises the keeper of the underworld has made to me in my dreams. Promises of unending suffering. That is my fate. So please, Richard, do not think to frighten me with your petty threats. More savage men than you have made credible promises as to my doom. I long ago accepted my fate and ceased to care. Her arms felt heavy at her sides. She felt empty of feeling. Thoughts of Jagang, of the keeper, reminded her that her life was meaningless. Only what she had seen in Richard's eyes gave her a hint that there might be something more, something she had yet to discover or understand. "What is it you want?" Richard demanded. Nietzsche returned her mind to the here and now. "I told you. Your part in life now is as my husband. That is the way it is going to be, if you wish Calen to live. I've told you the truth about all of it. If you come with me and do the simple things I ask, such as assuming the role of my husband, then Calen will live a long life. I can't say it will be entirely happy, of course, for I know she loves you." "How long do you think you can hold me, Nietzsche?" In frustration, Richard ran his fingers back through his wet hair. "It isn't going to work, whatever it is you want. How long until you tire of this absurd sham?" Her eyes narrowed, studying his profound innocence, if not ignorance. "My dear boy, I was born into this wretched world 181 years past. You know that. Do you suppose I have not learned a great deal of patience in all that time? Though our bodies may look about the same age, and in many ways I am no older than you, I have lived near to 7 of your lifetimes. Do you honestly believe that you would have patience to exceed mine? Do you think me some young, foolish girl for you to outwit or outwait?" His demeanor cooled. "Nietzsche, and don't think to make friends with me or win me over. I am not Denna or Verna or Warren, or even Pasha for that matter. I'm not interested in friends." He turned a little and ran a hand over the stallion's shoulder when the horse snorted and stamped a hoof at the smell of the wood smoke curling out from the upper limbs of the shelter tree. "I want to know what vile thing you did to that poor woman to make her tell you about Denna." "The Mord Sith told me in return for a favor." Frowning his incredulity, he turned to her once more. "What favor could you possibly do for a Mord Sith?" "I cut her throat." Richard closed his eyes as his head sank with grief for this unknown woman who had died because of him. He clenched her weapon in his fist to his heart. His voice lost its fire. "I don't suppose you know her name." It was this, his empathy for others, even others he didn't know, that not only made him the man he was, but shackled him. His concern for others would also be the thing that eventually brought him to understand the virtue in what she was doing. He, too, would then willingly work for the righteous cause of the Order. "I do," Nietzsche said. "Hanya." "Hanya." He looked heartsick. "I didn't even know her." "Richard," with a finger under his chin, Nietzsche gently brought his face up. "I want you to know that I did not torture her. I found her being tortured. I was not happy about what I saw. I killed the man who did it. Hanya was beyond any help. I offered her release from her pain, a quick end, if she would tell me about you. I never asked her to betray you in any way that the Order would want. I asked only about your past, about your first captivity. I wanted to understand what you said that first day at the Palace of the Prophets. That's all." Richard didn't look relieved as she had intended. "You withheld that quick release, as you call it, until she had given you what you wanted. That makes you a party to her torture." In the gloom, Nietzsche looked away in pain and anguish at the memory of that bloody deed. It had long since lost its ability to make her feel anything more than a ghost of emotions. There were so many needing release from their suffering, so many old and sick, so many wailing children, so many destitute and hopeless and poor. This woman had merely been another of life's victims needing release. It was for the best. Nietzsche had renounced the Creator in order to do his work and sworn her soul to the keeper of the underworld. She had to. Only one as evil as she would fail to feel any fitting feelings, any proper compassion for all the suffering and desperate need. It was grim irony, faithfully serving the needy in such a way. "Perhaps you see it that way, Richard," Nietzsche said in a hoarse voice, as she stared into the numb nightmare of memories. "I did not. Neither did Hanya. Before I cut her throat, she thanked me for what I was about to do." Richard's eyes offered no mercy. "And why did you make her tell you about me, about Denna?" Nietzsche snugged her cloak tighter on her shoulders. "Isn't it obvious? You couldn't possibly make the same mistake Denna made. You aren't the woman she was, Nietzsche." She was tired. The first night he had not slept, she knew. She had felt his eyes on her back. She knew how much he hurt. Turned away from him, she had wept silently, at the hate his eyes held, at the burden of being the one to have to do what was best. The world was such an evil place. "Perhaps, Richard," she said in a soft voice, "you will someday teach me the difference." She was so very tired. The night before, when he had succumbed to his weariness and turned away from her to sleep, Nietzsche had in turn stayed awake all night, watching him in his sound sleep as she felt the connection of magic to the Mother Confessor. The connection brought Nietzsche great empathy for her as well. It was all for the best. "For now," Nietzsche said, "let's get inside out of this foul weather. I'm cold and I'm hungry. We need to get some rest, too. And as I've told you, we have things to discuss first." She couldn't lie to him, she knew. She couldn't tell him everything, of course, but she dared not lie to him in the things she did tell him. The dance had begun. Chapter 26. Richard broke up the sausage Nietzsche gave him from her saddlebag and tossed it in the pot with the simmering rice. The things she had told him kept shouting in his mind as he tried to fit them into their proper order. He didn't know how much of what she had said he dared to believe. He feared it was all true. Nietzsche just didn't seem to need to lie to him, at least not about what she had told him so far. She didn't seem as hostile as he thought she would have to be. If anything, she seemed melancholy, perhaps because of what she had done, although he had trouble believing that a confessed sister of the dark would suffer a guilty conscience. It was probably just some bizarre part of her act, some artifice directed toward her ends. He stirred the pot of rice with a stick he'd peeled the bark off of. "You said there were things to discuss." He wrapped the stick clean on the edge of the pot. "I assume that means there are orders you wish to issue." Nietzsche blinked as if he'd caught her thinking about something else. She looked out of place, sitting prim and straight in a wayward pine, dressed as she was in her fine black dress. Richard would never before have ever thought of Nietzsche out of doors, much less sitting on the ground. The very idea had always seemed ludicrous to him. Her dress constantly made him think of Kaylin, not only because of it being so completely opposite that it evoked the comparison, but also because he so vividly recalled Nietzsche connected to Kaylin by that awful rope of magic. That memory twisted him in agony. "Orders?" Nietzsche folded her hands in her lap and met his gaze. "Oh, yes, I have a few requests I wish you to honor. First, you may not use your gift. Not at all. Not in any way. Is that clear? Since, as I recall, you have no love of the gift, this should be neither a burden nor a difficult request for you to follow, especially because there is something you do love which would not survive such a betrayal. Do you understand?" Her cold blue eyes conveyed the threat perhaps even better than her words. Richard gave her a single nod, committing himself to what exactly he wasn't entirely sure at the moment. He poured her steaming dinner in a shallow wooden bowl and handed it to her along with a spoon. Nietzsche smiled her thanks. He set the pot on the ground between his legs and took a spoonful of rice, blowing on it until it was cool enough to eat. He watched her from the corner of his eye as she took a dainty taste. Beyond her physical perfection, Nietzsche had a singularly expressive face. She seemed to go cold and blank when she was unhappy or when she meant to convey anger, threat, or displeasure. She didn't really scowl the way other people did when they felt those emotions. Rather, a look of cool detachment descended on her. That look was, in its own way, far more disturbing. It was her impenetrable armor. On the other hand, she was expressively animated when she was pleased or thankful. Even more than that, though, such pleasure or gratitude appeared genuine. He remembered her as aloof, and while she still possessed a noble bearing, to some extent her air of reticence had lifted to reveal an innocent delight to any kindness, or even simple courtesy. Richard still had bread Kara had baked for him. He hated sharing that bread with this evil woman, but it now seemed a childish consideration. He tore off a piece and offered it to Nietzsche. She took it with the reverence due something greater than mere bread. "I also expect you to keep no secrets from me," she said after another bite. "You would not like me to discover you were doing so. Husbands and wives have no need for secrets." Richard supposed not, but they were hardly husband and wife. Rather than say so, he said instead, "You seem to know a lot about how husbands and wives behave." Rather than rising to his bait, she gestured with her bread at her bowl. "This is very good, Richard. Very good indeed." "What is it you want, Nietzsche? What is the purpose of this absurd pretense?" The firelight played across her alabaster face and lent her hair a torrid color it didn't in reality possess. "I took you because I need an answer which I believe you will provide." Richard broke a stout branch in two across his knee. "You said husbands and wives have no need for secrets." He used half the branch to push the burning wood together before placing the branch atop the fire. "Then aren't wives, too, supposed to be honest?" "Of course." Her hand with the bread lowered. She rested her wrist over her knee. "I will be honest with you, too, Richard." "Then what's the question? You said you took me because you need an answer you think I can provide. What's the question?" Nietzsche stared off again, once more looking anything but the grim captor. She looked as if memories or perhaps fears haunted her. It was somehow more unsettling than the sneer of an armed guard outside the bars of his cage. The rain outside had increased to a dull roar. They'd made camp just in time. Richard couldn't help but remember the cozy times he'd had in Wayward Pines huddled beside Kalin. At the thought of Kalin, his heart sank. "I don't know," Nietzsche finally said. "I honestly don't, Richard. I seek something, but I will only know it when I find it. After nearly all my 181 years without knowing it existed, I finally saw the first hint of it not long ago." She seemed to be looking through him again to some point beyond. Her voice, too, seemed to be addressed to that distant place her vision beheld. "That was when you stood in a collar before all those sisters and defied them. Perhaps I will find the answer when I understand what it was I saw that day in that room. It was not just you, but you were its center." Her eyes focused once more on his face. She spoke with gentle assurance. "Until then, you will live. I have no intention of harming you. You need fear no torture from me. I'm not like them, that woman, Denna, or the Sisters of the Light, using you for their games." "Don't patronize me. You are using me for your own game, no less than they used me for theirs." She shook her head. "I want you to know, Richard, that I have nothing but respect for you. I probably have more respect for you than any person you have ever met. That's why I took you. You are a rare person, Richard." "I'm a war wizard. You've just never seen one of those before." She spurned the notion with a dismissive flick of her hand. "Please don't try to impress me with your power. I'm not in the mood for such silliness." Richard knew it was no idle boast on her part. She was a sorceress of remarkable ability. He doubted he had any hope of outsmarting her knowledge of magic. She was not acting the way he had expected a Sister of the Dark would act, though. Richard put his anger, hurt, and heartache aside for the moment, knowing he had to face what was rather than putting his hope in wishes, and spoke to Nietzsche in the same gentle fashion she used with him. "I don't understand what it is you want of me, Nietzsche." She shrugged in an involuntary gesture of frustration. Neither do I. Until I do, you will do as I ask, and everything will be fine. I will not harm you. Considering the circumstances, do you really expect me to take your word? I'm telling you the truth, Richard. If you were to twist your ankle, I would, like a good wife, put my shoulder under your arm and help you to walk. From now on, I am devoted to you and you to me. He could only blink at how crazy this was. He almost thought she might be mad. Almost. He knew that would be too easy an answer. As Zed always said, nothing was ever easy. And if I choose not to go along with your wishes? Again she shrugged. Then Kaylin dies. I understand that, but if she dies, then you lose the collar around my heart. She fixed him with cold blue eyes. Your point? Then you couldn't get what you wanted from me. You would have no leverage. I don't have what I want now, so I would be losing nothing. Besides, if you were to do that, then Emperor Jagang would welcome your head as a gift. I would no doubt be showered with gifts and riches. Richard didn't think Nietzsche wanted gifts or riches showered on her. She was a sister of the dark, after all, and he supposed she could manage to be so showered if she really wished it. Even so, he was sure his head would have a price, and she could salvage that much out of it if he proved ungovernable. She might not care for gifts and riches, but if there was one thing she did want, it had to be power. He was pretty sure she could gain a good measure of that should she slay the enemy of the Imperial Order. He bent over the pot between his legs and went back to his dinner and his dark thoughts. Talking to her was useless. They just went around in circles. Richard, she said in a quiet tone, drawing his gaze to her eyes, you think I'm doing this to hurt you, or to defeat you because you are the enemy of the Order. I am not. I told you my true reasons. So when you finally find the answer you seek in return for my help, then you will let me go. It was not really meant as a question, but as trenchant incrimination. Go? She stared down into her bowl of rice and sausage, stirring it around as if it might reveal a secret. She looked up. No, Richard, then I will kill you. I see. He hardly thought that was a way to encourage his cooperation in her search, but he didn't say so. And Kaylin? After you kill me, I mean. You have my word that if I decide I must kill you, as long as I live, she will too. I have no ill will toward her. He tried to find solace in that much of it. For some reason he believed Nietzsche. Knowing that Kaylin would be all right gave him courage. He could endure what was to happen to him, if only she would be all right. It was a price he was willing to pay. So, wife, where are we going? Where is it you're taking me? Nietzsche didn't look at him, but instead used her bread to sop up some of her dinner. She considered his question as she nibbled. Who are you fighting, Richard? Who is your enemy? She took another small bite of her bread. Jagang. Jagang and his Imperial Order. Like an instructor correcting him, Nietzsche slowly shook her head. No, you are wrong. I think perhaps you are in need of answers, too. Games. She was playing foolish games with him. Richard ground his teeth, but held his temper in check. Then who, Nietzsche, who or what am I fighting if it is not Jagang? That is what I hope to show you. She watched his eyes in a way he found unsettling. I am going to take you to the old world, to the heart of the Order, to show you what you are fighting, the true nature of what you believe to be your enemy. Richard frowned. Why? Nietzsche smiled. Let's just say it amuses me. You mean we're going back to Tanamura? Back to where you lived all that time as a sister? No. We are going to the heart and soul of the old world, Al-Tuarang, Jagang's homeland. The name means, roughly, the Creator's chosen. Richard felt a chill run up his spine. You expect to take me, Richard Rahl, there, into the heart of enemy territory? I hardly doubt we will be living as husband and wife for long. Besides not using your magic, you will not use the name associated with that magic, Rahl, but instead the name you grew up with, Richard Cypher. Without your magic or your name, no one will know you are anyone but a humble man with his wife. That is exactly what you shall be, what we both shall be." Richard sighed. "Well, if the enemy should find I'm more, I guess a Sister of the Dark can exert her influence." "No, I can't." Richard's eyes turned up. "What do you mean?" "I can't use my power." Gooseflesh prickled his arms. "What?" "It's devoted to the link with Kaylin, to keeping her alive. That is how a maternity spell works. It requires a prodigious amount of power to even establish such a complex spell, much less maintain it. My powers must be invested into the labor of preserving the living link. A maternity spell leaves nothing to spare. I doubt I could make a spark. If we have any trouble, you will have to handle it. Of course, I can at any time call upon my ability as a sorceress, but to do so I would have to draw the power from our link. If I do that without her near, Kaylin dies." Alarm raced through him. "But what if you accidentally—" "I won't. As long as you take good care of me, Kaylin will be safe enough. If, however, I should fall off my horse and break my neck, her neck snaps too. As long as you take good care of me, you are taking good care of her. This is why it's important that we live as husband and wife, so that you can be close at hand, and so that I can guide and help you too. It will be a difficult life with both of us living without our power, just as any other married couple, but I believe this to be necessary if I am to find what I seek from you. Do you understand?" He wasn't sure he really did, but he said yes anyway. Numb dismay swamped him. He would never have believed this woman would have willingly given up her power for some unspecified knowledge. The very idea of it unleashed cold panic through his veins. Richard couldn't make sense of it. With his mind groping blindly in a world gone insane, he spoke without even considering his words. "I'm already married. I'll not sleep with you as your husband." Nietzsche blinked in surprise, then let out a dainty titter, covering it with the back of her hand, not in shyness, but at his presumption. Richard felt his ears heating. "That is not the way in which I want you, Richard." Richard cleared his throat. "Good." In the quiet of the wayward pine, with the rain outside falling in a gentle patter, and the glowing checkered wood hissing softly, Nietzsche's focused, intense, resolute expression turned very cold and very still. "But if I should decide I do, Richard, you will comply with that too." Nietzsche was a beautiful woman, the kind of woman most any man would eagerly accept. It was hardly that, though, that made him believe her. It was the look in her eyes. Never had the vague possibility of the act of sex seemed so vicious. Her voice lost the conversational quality. It went on in a lifeless drone, a thing not human, pronouncing a sentence on his life, a sentence he himself would enforce, or Kaylin would die. "You will act as my husband. You will provide for us as any husband would. You will care for me, and I for you, in the sense of worldly needs. I will mend your shirts and cook your meals and wash your clothes. You will provide us with a living." Nietzsche's leaden words slammed into him with the deliberate, methodical force of a beating delivered with an iron bar. "You will never see Kaylin again. You must understand that. But as long as you do as I wish, you will know she lives. In that way, you will be able to show your love for her. Every day she wakes, she will know you are keeping her alive. You have no other way to show her your love." He felt sick to his stomach. He stared off into memories of another place and time. "And if I choose to end it?" The weight of such madness was so crushing that he earnestly considered it. "Rather than be your slave?" "Then perhaps that is the form the knowledge I seek will take. Maybe that senseless end will be what I must learn." She brought her first and second fingers together in a snipping motion, simulating the cutting of the umbilical cord of magic that sustained Kaylin's life. One last evil convulsion to finally confirm the senselessness of existence. It dawned on Richard that this woman could not be threatened, because she was a creature who, he was beginning to understand, welcomed any terrible outcome. "Of all there is to me in this world," he whispered in dim agony, more to himself and to Kaylin than to his implacable captor, There is only one thing that is irreplaceable. Kalin. If I must be a slave in order for Kalin to live, then I shall be a slave. Richard realized Nietzsche was silently studying his face. He met her gaze briefly, then looked away, unable to bear the terrible scrutiny of her beautiful blue eyes, while he held the image of Kalin's love in his mind. Whatever you shared with her, whatever happiness, joy, or pleasure, will always be yours, Richard. Nietzsche seemed almost to be peering inside him, reading the pages of his past written in his mind. Treasure those memories. They will have to sustain you. You will never see her again, nor she you. That chapter of your life is ended. You both have new lives now. You may as well get used to it, because this is the reality of the situation. The reality of what was. Not the world as he would wish it. He himself had told Kalin that they must act accordingly to the reality of what was, and not waste their precious lives wishing for things that could not be. Richard ran his fingertips across his forehead as he tried to hold his voice steady. I hope you don't expect me to learn to be pleased with you. I am the one, Richard, who expects to learn. Fists at his side, Richard shot to his feet. Then what is it you wish this knowledge for? He demanded in unrestrained, violent bitterness. Why is it so important to you? As punishment. Richard stared in stunned disbelief. What? I wish to hurt Richard. She smiled distantly. Richard sank back to the ground. Why? He whispered. Nietzsche folded her hands in her lap. Pain, Richard, is all that can reach that cold, dead thing within me that is my life. Pain is the only thing for which I live. He stared numbly at her. He thought about his vision. There was nothing he could do to fight the advance of the Imperial Order. He could think of nothing he could do to fight his fate with this woman. If not for Kalin, he would at that moment have thrown himself into a battle with Nietzsche that would have decided it once and for all. He would have willingly gone to his death fighting this cruel insanity. Except his reason denied him that. He had to live so that Kalin would live. For that and that alone, he had to put one foot in front of the other and march into oblivion. Chapter 27. Kalin yawned as she rubbed her eyes. Squinting, she arched her back and stretched her sore muscles. The terrible, desperate memories swooped in from the sleep-darkened corners of her mind, leaving little chance for any other thoughts to long survive. She was beyond the realm of merciless anguish and crying. She had entered the sovereign dominion of unbridled anger. Her fingers found the cold steel scabbard of his sword lying at her side. It felt alive with icy rage. That, the carving of spirit, and her memories were about all she had of him. There wasn't a lot of firewood, but since they wouldn't be needing much more anyway, Kalin put another stick of what was left into the fire. She squatted, holding her hands close over the top of the feeble flames, hoping to bring feeling to her numb fingers. The wind shifted a little. Pungent smoke billowed up into her face, making her cough. The smoke rolled past her face and followed the rock overhang up and out from their shelter. Kara was gone, so Kalin pushed the little pot of water back onto the fire to warm it for tea for when the moored Sith returned. Kara was probably visiting their makeshift privy, or maybe she was checking the traps they'd set the night before for rabbits. Kalin didn't hold out any real hope that they would catch a rabbit for their breakfast, not in this weather. They had brought enough provisions in any event. Through slits in the clouds, the crimson light of a cold, crisp dawn penetrated gaps in the snow-crusted limbs of trees to slant in under the rock overhang, casting everything in their little campsite in a blush glow. The two of them had tried without avail to find a wayward pine. The screen of trees, along with a short wall of boughs she and Kara had cut and placed the night before to protect them from the wind, as Richard had taught them to do, shielded the secluded spot. With their improvements, it had proven a fit shelter. They had been lucky to find it in the driving snow. Outside, the snow was fairly deep, but in the shelter they had had a relatively dry, if cold, night. Kalin and Kara had huddled together under blankets and their thick wolf fur mantles to keep each other warm. Kalin wondered where Richard was, and if he was cold, too. She hoped not. Probably since he had started out a few days sooner, he had been lucky and had made it down to the lowlands already, avoiding the snow. Kara and Kaylin had stayed in their home, as he had asked, for 3 days. Snow had arrived the morning after he'd left. Kaylin had been tempted to wait for a break in the weather before they started out, but she had learned a bitter lesson from Sister Nietzsche. Don't wait, act. When Richard didn't return, Kaylin and Kara had immediately struck out. It was hard going at first. They struggled through the drifts, leading the horses at times, riding them occasionally. They couldn't see very far, and most of the time had to keep the wind from the west at their right shoulder as their only clue as to which direction they faced. It was dangerous traveling over the passes in such conditions. For a time, they feared that they had made a terrible mistake leaving the safety of their house. Through a break in the clouds just before dark the night before, as they were gathering boughs for their shelter, they'd caught a glimpse of the lower hills. They were green and brown, not white. They would be below the snow line before long. Kaylin was confident that they were through the worst of it. As she stuffed an arm into a sleeve, pulling another shirt on over the top of the 2 she was wearing, Kaylin heard the crunch of snow underfoot. When she realized it was more than one pair of footsteps, she stood up in a rush. Kara pushed her way through the boughs of the sheltering trees. "We have company," she announced in a grim voice. Kaylin saw that Kara's fist held her aegil. A bundled-up squat woman came through the trees, following in Kara's footsteps. Under layers of cloaks, scarves, and other dangling corners of thick cloth, Kaylin was surprised to recognize Anne, the old prelate of the Sisters of the Light. Behind Anne came a taller woman, her scarves pushed back to reveal graying brown hair loose to her shoulders. She had an intense, steady, calculating gaze that had earned her an enduring network of fine wrinkles radiating out from the corners of her deep-set eyes. Her brow was less steady, twitching down several times toward her prominent nose. She looked like a woman who used a switch to teach children. "Kaylin!" Anne rushed forward, seizing Kaylin's arms. "Oh, my dear, it's so good to see you." She looked back when Kaylin glanced up behind her. "This is one of my sisters, Alessandra. Alessandra, may I introduce the Mother Confessor, and Richard's wife?" The woman stepped forward and smiled. The pleasant grin completely altered her face, instantly erasing the severity of it with open good nature. It was a somewhat disorienting transformation, making her seem like 2 different people sharing one face. Or, Kaylin thought, perhaps one person with 2 faces. "Mother Confessor, it's so good to meet you. Anne has told me all about you and what a wonderful person you are." Her eyes took in the campsite with a quick glance. "I'm so happy for you and Richard." Anne's eyes turned left and right, searching. Her gaze snagged on the sword. "Where's Richard? Kara wouldn't say a word." She looked up into Kaylin's eyes. "Dear Creator," she whispered, "what's wrong? What's happened? Where's Richard?" Kaylin finally managed to unclench her teeth. "One of your sisters took him." Anne pushed her scarves back off her gray hair and took a hold of Kaylin's arm again. The top of Anne's head came up only to Kaylin's chest, but she looked at least twice as wide. "What are you talking about? What do you mean, a sister took him? Which sister?" "Nietzsche," Kaylin growled. Anne pulled back. "Nietzsche?" Sister Alessandra gasped. "Sister Nietzsche?" She crossed both hands over her heart. "Sister Nietzsche isn't one of Anne's. Nietzsche is a sister of the dark." "Oh, I'm well aware of that," Kaylin said. "We have to get him back," Anne said, "at once. He's not safe with her." "There's no telling what Nietzsche might—" Sister Alessandra's mouth snapped shut. The wind carried a sparkling gust into their faces, momentarily whiting out the red dawn. Kaylin blinked the snow away. Kara, in her red leather with both a cloak and her heavy fur mantle over top, ignored it. The other 2 women brushed their heavy woolen mittens across their eyes. "Kaylin, everything will be all right," Anne said in a reassuring voice. "Tell us now what's happened. Tell us everything. Is he hurt?" Kaylin swallowed against her rising rage. "Nietzsche used what she called a maternity spell on me." Anne's mouth fell open. Sister Alessandra gasped again. "Are you sure?" Anne asked in a careful tone. "Are you sure that was what it was? How do you know for sure?" "She slammed some kind of magic into me. I've never heard of such a spell. And all I know is that it was definitely powerful magic, and she said it was called a maternity spell. She said that it connects us somehow through that magic." Alessandra took a step forward. That doesn't make it a maternity spell. When Kara used her Aegil on Nietzsche, Kaelin said, it dropped me to my knees just the same as if Kara had used the Aegil on me. Anne and Alessandra shared a silent look. But if she were to... Anne stammered. Kaelin voiced what Anne was trying to say without saying it. If she were to desire it, Nietzsche could snip that cord of magic and I would die. That was the means by which she captured Richard. She promised I would live if Richard went with her. Richard surrendered himself into slavery to save my life. It can't be, Anne said, touching mitten-covered fingers to her chin. Nietzsche wouldn't know how to use such an unusual spell. She's too young. Besides, such a rare spell requires great power. She must have done something else and just said that it was a maternity spell. Nietzsche couldn't do a maternity spell. Yes, she could, Sister Alessandra said in reluctant disagreement. She has the power and ability. It would only have required someone with the specialized knowledge teaching her. Nietzsche doesn't have any great passion for magic, but she is as able as they come. Lidmilla, Anne whispered to Alessandra in sudden realization. Jagang has Lidmilla. Kaelin turned a suspicious glare on Sister Alessandra. And how do you know so much more about Nietzsche's ability than the prelate herself? Sister Alessandra gathered her open cloak back together. Her face lost its warmth and reverted to a scowl, this time, though, with bitterness in the set of her mouth. I brought Nietzsche into the Palace of the Prophets when she was but a child. I was responsible for her upbringing, and I guided her training in the use of her gift. I know her better than anyone. I know her darker powers because I, too, was a sister of the dark. I'm the one who brought her to the Keeper. Kaelin could feel herself rocking with the force of her hammering heart. So you, too, are a sister of the dark. Was, Anne said, lifting a cautionary hand before Kaelin. The prelate came into Jagang's camp and rescued me. Not just from Jagang, but from the Keeper, too. I once again served the light. The incandescent smile again transformed Alessandra's face. Anne brought me back to the Creator. As far as Kaelin was concerned, the claim was not worth the effort of confirmation. How did you find us? Anne ignored the terse question. We must hurry. We must get Richard away from Nietzsche before she delivers him to Jagang. Kaelin kept her glare on Alessandra while she answered Anne. She isn't taking him to Jagang. She said she isn't acting on behalf of His Excellency, but on behalf of herself. Those were her words. She said she had removed Jagang's ring from her lip and that she wasn't afraid of him. Did she say why, then, she was taking Richard? Anne asked. Or at least where? Kaelin moved her scrutiny back to Anne. She said she was taking him into oblivion. Oblivion, Anne gasped. I asked you a question, Kaelin said, anger seeping into her voice. How did you find us? Anne tapped her waist. I have a journey book. I used it to communicate with Verna back with our forces. Verna told me about the messengers coming to see you. That's how I knew where to find you. Lucky I came as soon as I did. We nearly missed you. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you have recovered, Kaelin. We were so worried. Kaelin saw that Kara, standing behind the two women, still had her Aegil clenched in her fist. Kaelin didn't need an Aegil. Her confessor's power boiled but an impulse away. She wouldn't again make an error for the sake of caution. The journey book, of course. Then Verna would have told you about Richard's vision that he must not lead our troops against the Order. Anne nodded reluctantly, apparently not eager to discuss such a vision. Then, a few days ago, Verna sent a message when we were almost here that the Daharans are in quite a state because they suddenly lost their sense of direction to Richard. She said they are still protected from the Dreamwalker by the bond to their Lord Rahl, but they suddenly lost their sense of where he is. Nietzsche cloaked his bond from us, Kara said in a growl. Well, we have to find him, Anne said. We have to get him away from Nietzsche. He's our only chance. Whatever he's thinking, it's nonsense, and we will have to set him straight. But first, we must get him back. He has to lead our forces against the Imperial Order. He is the one named in prophecy. That's why you're here, Kaelin whispered to herself. You heard from Verna about his declining to lead the army or even to give orders. You journeyed here in hopes of forcing him to fight. He must, Anne insisted. He must not, Kaelin said. He has come to realize that if he leads us into battle, we will lose the cause of liberty for generations to come. He said he came to realize that people don't yet understand freedom and won't fight for it. He must simply prove himself to the people, Anne's scowl reddened. He must prove himself their leader, which he has already begun to do, and they will follow him. Richard says that he has come to understand that it is not he who must prove himself to the people, but the people who must now prove themselves to him. Anne blinked in astonishment. Why, that's nonsense. Is it? Of course it is. The boy was named in prophecy centuries ago. I've been waiting hundreds of years for him to be born in order for him to lead us in this struggle. Really? Then who are you to try to countermand Richard's decision, if you are so set on following him? He has come to his decision. If he is the leader you want, then you must abide by his lead, and therefore his decision. But this is not what prophecy demands. Richard doesn't believe in prophecy. He believes we make our own destiny. I'm coming to see the grounds of his assertion that the belief in prophecy artificially alters events. It is the misplaced faith in prophecy itself, in some mystical outcome, that harms people's lives. Anne's eyes grew round with dismay and then narrowed. Richard is the one named in prophecy to lead us against the imperial order. This is a struggle for the very existence of magic in this world. Don't you understand that? Richard was born to fight this fight. We have to get him back. This is all your fault, Kaelin whispered. What? Anne's frown changed to a tolerant smile. Kaelin, what are you talking about? Her voice backslid to genial. You know me. You know our struggle for the survival of freedom of magic. If Richard does not lead us, we have no chance. Kaelin threw her arm out and seized a startled Sister Alessandra by the throat. The woman's eyes went wide. Don't move, Kaelin said through gritted teeth, or I will unleash my confessor's power. Anne held her hands up, imploring. Kaelin, have you lost your mind? Let her be. Calm down. With her other hand, Kaelin pointed down at the fire. The journey book. Throw it in the fire. What? I'm not going to do any such thing. Now, Kaelin said through her clenched teeth, or Sister Alessandra will be mine. When I finish with her, Kara will see to it you throw that journey book in the fire, if you have to do so with broken fingers. Anne glanced at the moored Sith towering over her shoulder. Kaelin, I know you're upset, and I completely understand, but we're on the same side in this. We love Richard, too. We, too, wish to stop the Imperial Order from taking the whole world. We? If it wasn't for you and your sisters, none of this would be happening. This is all your fault. Not Jagang's fault, not the Imperial Order's fault, but yours. Have you lost your... You alone bear responsibility for what is befalling the world. Just as Jagang has his ring through the lips of his slaves, you've had yours through the nose of yours. Richard, you alone bear responsibility for the lives already lost, and those yet to be lost in bloody slaughters that will sweep across the land. You, not Jagang, are the one who has brought it. Despite the cold, beads of sweat dotted Anne's brow. What in the name of creation are you talking about? Kaelin, you know me. I was at your wedding. I have always been on your side. I have only followed the prophecies to help people. You create prophecies. Without your help, they would not have come to pass. They only come about because you have fulfilled them. You pull the ring through Richard's nose. Anne presented a face of calm to the storm of Kaelin's rage. Kaelin, I can only imagine how you must feel. But now you are truly losing all sense of reason. Am I, prelate? Why does Sister Nietzsche have my husband? Answer me, why? Anne's expression drew tight in a darkening glower. Because she is evil. No. Kaelin's grip tightened on Alessandra's throat. It's because of you. Had you not sent Verna into the New World in the first place, ordering her to take Richard back across the barrier into the Old World? But the prophecies say the Order will rise up to take the world and extinguish magic if we fail to stop them. The prophecies say Richard is the only one to lead us, that Richard is the only one with a chance. And you brought that dead prophecy to life, all by yourself, all because of your faith in bloodless words rather than your own reasoned choices. You're here today not to back the choices of your proclaimed leader, not to reason with him, but to enforce prophecy upon him, to give that ring a tug. Had you not sent Verna to recover Richard, what would have happened, Prelate? Why, the Order... The Order? The Order would still be trapped back in the old world behind the barrier, wouldn't they? For 3,000 years, that wizard-created barrier has stood invincible against the pressure of the Order, or those like them, and their wish to swarm up here into the New World, bent on conquest. Because you had Richard captured against his will and ordered him brought back to the old world, all in slavish homage to dead words in dusty old books, he was forced to destroy the barrier. And thus the Order now can flood into the New World, into the Midlands, my Midlands, slaughtering my people, taking my husband, all because of you and your meddling. Without you, none of this would be happening. No war, no mounds of butchered people in cities of the New World, no thousands of dead men, women, and children slaughtered at the hands of Imperial Order thugs, none of it. Because of you and your precious prophecies, the veil was breached and a plague was unleashed on the world. It never would have happened without your actions to save us all from prophecy. I don't even dare to recall all the children I saw suffering and dying from the Black Death because of you. Children who looked up into my eyes and asked if they would be all right, and I had to say yes when I knew they would not survive the night. No one will ever know the tally of the dead. No one is left to remember all the small places wiped out of existence by that plague. Without your meddling, those children would be alive. Their mothers would be smiling to themselves as they watched them play. Their fathers would be teaching them the ways of the world, a world denied them by you for the sake of your faith in prophecy. You say this is a battle for the very existence of magic in this world. Yet your work to fulfill prophecy may have already doomed magic. Without your intervention, the chimes would never have come to be loosed upon the world. Yes, Richard managed to banish them, but what irreversible harm was done? We may have our power back, but during the time the chimes withdrew magic from this world, creatures of magic, things dependent on magic for their very existence, surely died out. Magic requires balance to exist. The balance of magic in this world was disturbed. The irrevocable destruction of magic may have already begun, all because of your slavish service to prophecy. If not for you, Prelate, Jagang, the Imperial Order's army, and all your sisters would be back there behind the barrier, and we would be here, safe and at peace. You cast blame everywhere but where it belongs. If freedom, if magic, if the world itself is destroyed, it will all be by your hand, Prelate. The low moan of the wind was the only sound, and made the sudden silence all that much more agonizing. Anne stared with tear-filled eyes up at Kaelin. Snow sparkled in the rays of a cold dawn. It isn't like that, Kaelin. It only seems that way to you in your pain. It is that way, Kaelin said with finality. Anne's mouth worked, but this time no words came out. Kaelin thrust out her hand, palm up. The journey book. If you think I would not destroy this woman's life, then you don't know the first thing about me. She's one of your sisters, helping to destroy the world in the name of good, or else she is still one of the Keeper's sisters, helping to destroy the world in the name of death. Either way, if you don't give me the journey book, and right now, her life is forfeit. What do you think this will accomplish? Anne whispered in despair. It will be a start at halting your meddling in the lives of the people of the Midlands and the rest of the New World. In my life, in Richard's life. It's the only beginning I can think to make, short of killing you both. You would not like to know how close I am to that alternative. Now, give me the journey book. Anne stared down at Kaelin's hand, open before her. She blinked at her tears. Finally, she pulled off a woolen mitten and worked the little book out from behind her belt. She paused a moment, reverently gazing at it, but in the end laid it on Kaelin's palm. "Dear Creator," Anne whispered, "forgive this poor, hurting child of yours for what she is about to do." Kaelin tossed the book in the fire. With ashen faces, Anne and Sister Alessandra stood staring at the book in the hissing flames. Kaelin snatched up Richard's sword. "Kara, let's get going." The horses are ready. I was saddling them when these two showed up. Kalin dumped the hot water to the side while Kara started quickly collecting their belongings. They both stuffed items in the saddlebags. Other gear they slung over their shoulders and carried to the horses to be strapped back on the saddles. Without looking back at Anne or Alessandra, Kalin swung up into her cold saddle. With a grim Kara at her side, she turned her mount and cantered off into the swirling snow. Chapter 28. As soon as she saw Kalin and Kara vanish like vengeful spirits into the whiteness, Anne fell to her knees and thrust her hands into the fire to snatch the burning journey book from its funeral pyre in the white-hot coals. "Prelate," Alessandra cried, "you'll burn yourself." Flinching back from the ferocity of the pain, Anne ignored the gagging stench of burning flesh and thrust her hands again into the wavering heat of the fire. She saw, rather than felt, that she had the priceless journey book in her fingers. The entire rescue of the burning book took only a second, but through the prism of pain it seemed an eternity. Biting down on her lower lip against the suffering, Anne rolled to the side. Alessandra came running back with her hands full of snow. She threw it on Anne's bloody, blackened fingers, and the journey book clenched in them. She let out a wail of agony when the wet snow contacted the burns. Alessandra fell to Anne's side, taking her hands by the wrists, gasping in tears of fright. "Prelate! Oh, Prelate, you shouldn't have!" Anne was in a state of shock from the pain. Alessandra's shrill voice seemed a distant drone. "Oh, Anne, why didn't you use magic or even a stick?" Anne was surprised by the question. In her panic over the priceless journey book burning there in the fire, her mind was filled only with a single thought to get it out before it was too late. Her reckless action, she knew, was precipitated by her bitter anguish over Kalin's accusations. "Hold still," Alessandra admonished through her own tears. "Hold still and let me see what I can do about healing you. It will be all right. Just hold still." Anne sat on the snowy ground, dazed by the hurt and by the words still hammering her from inside her head as she let Alessandra work at healing her hands. The sister could not heal her heart. "She was wrong," Alessandra said, as if reading Anne's thoughts. "She was wrong, Prelate." "Was she?" Anne asked in a numb voice, after the searing pain in her fingers finally began to cease, replaced by the achingly uncomfortable tingling of magic coursing into her flesh, doing its work. "Was she, Alessandra?" "Yes. She doesn't know so much as she thinks. She's a child. She couldn't be a paltry 3 decades yet. People can't learn to wipe their own noses in that much time." Alessandra was prattling, Anne knew, prattling with her worry over the journey book and with her worry over the anguish caused by Kalin's words. "She's just a foolish child who doesn't know the first thing about anything. There's much more to it. Much more. It isn't so simple as she thinks. Not so simple at all." Anne wasn't so sure anymore. Everything seemed dead to her. 500 years of work. Had it all been a mad task, driven on by selfish desires and a fool's faith? Wouldn't she, in Kalin's place, have seen it the same way? Endless rows of corpses lay before her in the trial going on in her mind. What was there to say in her defense? She had 1,000 answers for the Mother Confessor's charges, but at that moment they all seemed empty. How could Anne possibly excuse herself to the dead? "You're the prelate of the Sisters of the Light," Alessandra rambled on during a pause in her work. She should have been more considerate of who she was talking to, more respectful. She doesn't know everything involved. There's a great deal more to it, a great deal. After all, the Sisters of the Light don't casually choose their prelate. Nor did confessors casually choose their Mother Confessor. Page 218. An hour passed, and then another, before Alessandra finally finished the difficult and tedious work of healing Anne's burns. Burns were difficult injuries to heal. It was a tiring experience, being helpless and cold while magic sizzled through her, while Kalin's words sliced her very soul. Anne flexed the aching fingers when Alessandra had finished. A shadow of the burning pain lingered, as she knew it would for a good long time, but they were healed, and she had her hands back. When the matter was weighed, though, she feared she had lost a great deal more of herself than she had recovered. Exhausted and cold, Anne, to Alessandra's worry, lay down beside the hissing remnants of the fire that had so hurt her. At that moment she had no desire to ever rise again. Her years, nearly 1,000 of them, seemed to have all caught up with her at once. She missed Nathan terribly right then. The prophet doubtless would have had something wise or foolish to say. Either would have comforted her. Nathan always had something to say. She missed his boastful voice, his kind, childlike, knowing eyes. She missed the touch of his hand. Weeping silently, Anne cried herself to sleep. Her dreams kept the sleep from being either restful or deep. She awoke in late morning to the feel of Alessandra's comforting hand on her shoulder. The sister had added more wood to the fire, so it offered warmth. "Are you feeling better, Prelate?" Anne nodded her lie. Her first thought was for the journey book. She gazed at it lying in the protection of Alessandra's lap. Anne sat up and carefully lifted the blackened book from the sling of Alessandra's dress. "Prelate, I'm so worried for you." With a sour wave of her hand, Anne dismissed the concern. "While you slept, I've looked at the book." Anne grunted. "Looks bad." Alessandra nodded. "That's what I thought. I don't think it can be salvaged." Anne used an easy, gentle flow of her hand to hold the pages, little more than ash, together as she carefully turned them. "It has endured 3,000 years. Were it ordinary paper, it would be beyond help, ended. But this is a thing of magic, Alessandra, forged in the fires of magic by wizards of power not seen in all those 3,000 years, until Richard." "What can we do? Do you know a way to restore it?" Anne shook her head as she inspected the curled, charred journey book. "I don't know if it can be restored. I'm just saying that it's a thing of magic. Where there is magic, there is hope." Anne pulled a handkerchief from a pocket deep under the layers of her clothes. Laying the blackened book in the center of the handkerchief, she carefully folded the handkerchief up to hold it together. She wove a spell around it all to protect and preserve it for the time being. "I will have to try to find a way to restore it, if it can even be restored." Alessandra dry-washed her hands. "Until then, our eyes with the army are lost." Anne nodded. "We won't know if the Imperial Order decides to finally leave their place in the south and move up into the Midlands. I can give no guidance to Verna." "Prelate, what do you think will happen if the Order finally decides to attack, and Richard isn't there with them? What will they do, without the Lord Rahl to lead them?" Anne did her best to move the terrible weight of Kalen's words to the side as she considered the immediate situation. "Verna is the prelate now, at least as far as the sisters with the army are concerned. She will guide them wisely, and Zed is with them, helping the sisters prepare for battle, should it come. They could have no better counsel than to have a wizard of Zed's experience with them. As first wizard, he has been through great wars before. We will have to place our faith in the Creator that he will watch over them. I can't advise them unless I can restore the journey book. Unless I can do that, I won't even know their situation." "You could go there, Prelate." Anne brushed snow from the side of her shoulder where she had been lying on the ground as she considered that possibility. "The Sisters of the Light think I'm dead. They've put their faith in Verna now as their prelate. It would be a terrible thing to do to Verna and to the rest of the sisters, to come back to life in the middle of such trying circumstances. Certainly many would be relieved to have me back, but it also sows the seeds of confusion and doubt. Battle is a very bad time for such seeds to sprout." "But they would all be encouraged by your—" Anne shook her head. "Verna is their leader. Such a thing could forever undermine their trust in her authority. They must not lose their faith in her leadership. I must put the welfare of the Sisters of the Light above all else. I must keep their best interests at heart now." "But Anne, you are the prelate." Anne stared off. "What good has that done anyone?" Alessandra's eyes turned down. The wind moaned sorrowfully through the trees. Gusts kicked up blue-gray trailers of snow and whipped them along through the campsite. The sunlight had vanished behind somber clouds. Anne wiped her nose on the edge of her icy cloak. Alessandra laid a compassionate hand on Anne's arm. "You brought me back from the Keeper, back into the light of the Creator. I was in Jagang's hands and treated you terribly when they captured you. Yet you never gave up on me. Who else would have cared? Without you, my soul would be lost for all time." I doubt you could fathom my gratitude for what you did, Prelate." Despite Alessandra's apparent return to the Creator's light, Anne had been fooled by the woman before. Years before, Alessandra had turned to the Keeper, becoming a sister of the dark, and Anne had never known. How could one have faith in a person after such a betrayal? Anne looked up into Alessandra's eyes. "I hope so, sister. I pray such is really true." "It is, Prelate." Anne lifted a hand toward the shrouded sun. "And perhaps when I go to the Creator's light in the next world, that one good act will erase the thousands of lives lost because of me?" Alessandra looked away, rubbing her arms through the layers of clothes. She turned and put 2 sticks of wood on the fire. "We should have a hot meal. That will make you feel better, Prelate. It will make us both feel better." Anne sat on the ground, watching Alessandra prepare her hearty camp soup. Anne doubted that even the pleasant aroma of soup would arouse her appetite. "Why do you think Nietzsche took Richard?" Alessandra asked, as she put dried mushrooms from a pouch into the soup. Anne looked up at Alessandra's puzzled face. "I can't imagine except to think that she may be lying, and she is taking him to Jagang." Alessandra broke up dried meat and dropped it into the boiling pot of soup. "Why, if she had him, and he was forced to do as she asked, why lie? What would be the purpose?" "She's a sister devoted to the Keeper." Anne lifted her hands and let them flop back into her lap. "That's excuse enough to lie, isn't it? Lying is wrong. It's wicked. That's reason enough." Alessandra shook her head in admonition. "Prelate, I was a sister of the dark, remember? I know better. That isn't the way it is at all. Do you always tell the truth just because you are devoted to the Creator's light? No. One lies for the Keeper just as you would lie for the Creator, to his ends, if lying is necessary. Why would Nietzsche lie about that? She was in control of the situation and had no need to lie." "I can't imagine." Anne had difficulty caring enough to consider the question. Her mind was a morass of hopeless thoughts. It was her fault Richard was in the hands of the enemy, not Nietzsche's. "I think she did it for herself." Anne looked up. "What do you mean?" "I think Nietzsche is still looking for something." "Looking for something? Whatever do you mean?" With a finger, Alessandra brushed a measure of spices into the pot from a waxed paper she'd unfolded. "Ever since the first day I took her from her home and brought her to the Palace of the Prophets, Nietzsche continually grew more detached somehow. She always did whatever she could to help people, but she was always a child who made me feel as if I was inadequate at fulfilling her needs." "Such as?" Alessandra shook her head. "I don't know. She always seemed to me to be looking for something. I thought she needed to find the light of the Creator. I pushed her mercilessly, hoping it would open her eyes to his way and fill her inner need. I allowed her no room to think about anything else. I even kept her away from her family. Her father was a selfish lover of money, and her mother was well-intentioned, but always made me feel uncomfortable. I thought the Creator would fill that private void within Nietzsche." Alessandra hesitated. "And then I thought it was the Keeper she needed." "So you think she took Richard to fill some inner need? How does that make sense?" "I don't know." Alessandra breathed out heavily in frustration. She stirred the soup as she drizzled in a pinch of salt. "Prelate, I think I failed Nietzsche." "In what way?" "I don't know. Perhaps I failed to involve her adequately in the needs of others, gave her too much time to think of herself. She always seemed devoted to the welfare of her fellow man. But maybe I should have rubbed her nose in other people's troubles more, to teach her the Creator's way of virtue through caring more for her fellow man rather than her own selfish wants." "Sister, I hardly think that could be it. Once she asked me for an extravagant black dress to wear to her mother's funeral, and of course I refused such a profligacy because it was unfitting for a novice needing to learn to put others first. But other than that one time, I never knew Nietzsche to once ask for anything for herself. You did an admirable job with her, Alessandra." Anne recalled that after that, Nietzsche started wearing black dresses. "I remember that." Alessandra didn't look up. When her father died, I went with her to his funeral. I always felt sorry for taking her away from her family, but I explained to her that she was so talented, that she had great potential for helping others and must not waste it. It's always hard to bring young ones to the palace. It's difficult to part a child from loving parents. Some adapt better than others. She told me she understood. Nietzsche was always good that way. She never objected to anything, any duty. Perhaps I assumed too much because she always threw herself into helping others, never once complaining. At her father's funeral, I wanted to help her over her grief. Even though she had that same cool exterior she always had, I knew her. I knew she was hurting inside. I tried to comfort her by telling her not to remember her father like that, but to try to remember him as he was when he was alive. Those are kind words to one in such grief, sister. You offered wise advice. Alessandra glanced up. She was not comforted, prelate. She looked at me with those blue eyes of hers. You remember her blue eyes? Anne nodded. I remember. Well, she looked at me with those piercing blue eyes, like she wanted to hate me, but even that emotion was beyond her, and she said in that lifeless voice of hers that she couldn't remember him as he was when he was alive, because she had never known him when he was alive. Isn't that the strangest thing you've ever heard? Anne sighed. It sounds like Nietzsche. She always was one to say the strangest things at the strangest times. I should have offered her more guidance in her life. I should have taken more interest in her. But there were so many matters needing my attention. No, prelate, that was my job. I failed in it. Somehow I failed Nietzsche. Anne pulled her cloak tighter against a bitter gust of wind. She took the bowl of soup when Alessandra handed it to her. Worse, prelate, I brought her to the shadow of the keeper. Anne looked over the rim of the bowl as she took a sip. She carefully set the steaming bowl in her lap. What's done is done, Alessandra. While Alessandra sipped at her soup, Anne's mind wandered to Caelin's words. They were words spoken in anger, and as such were to be forgiven. Or were they to be considered in an honest light? Anne feared to say Caelin's words were wrong. She feared they were true. For centuries, Anne had worked with Nathan and the prophecies, trying to avoid the disaster she saw, and the ones he pointed out to her. What if Nathan had been pointing out things that were only dead words, as Caelin said? What if he only pointed them out so as to bring about his own escape? After all, what Anne had set in motion with Richard had also resulted in the prophet's escape. What if she had been duped into being the one to bring about all those terrible results? Could that be true? Grief threatened to overwhelm her. She was beginning to greatly fear that she had been so absorbed in what she thought she knew that she had acted on false assumptions. Caelin could be right. The prelate of the Sisters of the Light might be personally responsible for more suffering than any monster born into the world had ever brought about. Alessandra, Anne said in a soft voice after she finished her bowl of soup, we must go and try to find Nathan. It's dangerous for the prophet to be out there in the world that is defenseless against him. Where should we look? Anne shook her head in dismay at the enormity of the task. A man like Nathan does not go unnoticed in the world. I must believe that if we set our minds to it, we could find him. Alessandra watched Anne's face. Well, as you say, it is dangerous for the prophet to be loose in the world. It is indeed. We must find him. It took Verna 20 years to find Richard. So it did, but part of that was by my design. I hid facts from Verna. Then again, Nathan is no doubt hiding facts from us. Nonetheless, we have a responsibility. Verna is with the sisters and with the army. They will do what they can in that capacity. We must go after Nathan. That part of it is up to us. Alessandra set her bowl aside. Prelate, I understand why you believe the prophet must be found. But just as you feel you must find him, I feel I must find Nietzsche. I'm responsible for bringing her to the keeper of the underworld. I may be the only one who can bring her back to the light. I have a unique understanding of that journey of the heart. I fear what will happen to Richard if I don't try to stop Nietzsche. Worse, Alessandra added, I fear what will happen to the world if Richard dies. Caelin is wrong. I believe in what you've worked for all these years. Caelin is making a complex thing sound simple because her heart is broken, but without what you did, she would never even have met Richard. Anne considered Alessandra's words. The seduction of acquittal was undeniable. But Alessandra, we don't have the slightest idea where they went. Nietzsche is as smart as they come. If, as she says, she is acting on her own behalf, she will be clever about not being found. How would you even go about such a search? Nathan is a prophet loose in the world. You remember the trouble he's caused in the past. He could by himself bring about such calamity as the world has never seen. Nathan boasts when he's around people. He will surely leave such traces where he goes. With Nathan, I believe we at least have a chance of success, but hunting for Nietzsche... Alessandra met Anne's gaze with grim resolution. Prelate, if Richard dies, what chance have the rest of us? Anne looked away. What if Alessandra was right? What if Caelan was right? She had to catch Nathan. It was the only way to find out. Alessandra, you don't completely trust me, do you, Prelate? Anne met the other woman's eyes, this time with authority. No, Alessandra, I admit that I don't. How can I? You deceived me. You lied to me. You turned your back on the Creator and gave yourself to the keeper of the underworld. But I've come back to the light, Prelate. Have you? Would not one acting for the keeper lie for him, as you yourself only moments ago suggested? Alessandra's eyes filled with tears. That's why I must try to find Nietzsche, Prelate. I must prove that your faith in me was not misplaced. I need to do this to prove myself to you. Or you need to help Nietzsche and the keeper? I know I'm not worthy of trust. I know that. You said we must find Nathan. But we must also help Richard. Two tasks of the utmost importance, Anne said, and no journey book to call for help. Alessandra wiped at her eyes. Please, Prelate, let me help. I'm responsible for Nietzsche going to the keeper. Let me try to make amends. Let me try to bring her back. I know what the return journey is like. I can help her. Please let me try to save her eternal soul. Anne's gaze sank to the ground. Who was she to question the value of another? What had her life been for? Had she herself been the keeper's best ally? Anne cleared her throat. Sister Alessandra, you are to listen to me, and you are to listen well. I am the prelate of the Sisters of the Light, and it is your duty to do as I command. Anne shook a finger at the woman. I'll have no arguments, do you hear? I must go find the prophet before he does something beyond foolish. Richard is of utmost importance to our cause, you know that. I'm getting old and would only slow the search for him and his captor. I want you to go after him. No arguments now. You are to find Richard Rahl and put the fear of the Creator back into our wayward sister Nietzsche. Alessandra threw her arms around Anne, sobbing her thanks. Anne patted the sister's back, feeling miserable about losing a companion, and afraid that she might have lost her faith in everything for which she stood. Alessandra pushed away. Prelate, will you be able to travel alone? Are you sure you're up to this? Bah! I may be old, but I'm not useless. Who do you think came into the center of Jagang's army and rescued you, child? Alessandra smiled through her tears. You did, Prelate, all by yourself. No one but you could have done such a thing. I hope I can do half as well for Nietzsche when I find her. You will, sister. You will. May the Creator cradle you in his palm as you go on your journey. Anne knew that they were both going off on difficult journeys that could take years. Hard times lie ahead, Alessandra said. But the Creator has two hands, does he not? One for me and one for you, Prelate? Anne couldn't help but smile at such a mental picture. Chapter 29. Come in, Zed grouched to the persistent throat clearing outside his tent. He poured water from the ewer into the dented metal pot that served as his wash basin sitting atop a log round. When he splashed some of the water up onto his face, he gasped aloud. He was astonished that water that cold would still pour. Good morning, Zed. Still gasping, Zed swiped the frigid water from his eyes. He squinted at Warren. Good morning, my boy. Warren blushed. Zed reminded himself he probably shouldn't call someone twice his own age boy. It was Warren's own fault. If the boy would just stop looking so young. Zed sighed as he bent to forage for a towel among the litter of maps, dirty plates, rusty dividers, empty mugs, blankets, chicken bones, rope, and egg he'd lost in the middle of a lesson weeks back, and other paraphernalia that seemed to collect over time in the corner of his small field tent. Warren was twisting his purple robes into a small wad at his hip. "I just came from Verna's tent." Zed halted his search and looked back over his shoulder. "Any word?" Warren shook his head of curly blonde hair. "Sorry, Zed." "Well," Zed scoffed, "that doesn't mean anything. That old woman has more lives than a cat I once had that was hit by lightning and fell down a well, both in the same day. Did I ever tell you about that cat, my boy?" "Well, yes, you did, actually," Warren smiled. "But if you like, I wouldn't mind hearing it again." Zed dismissed the story with a feeble wave as he turned more serious. "I'm sure Anne is fine. Verna knows Anne better than I do, but I do know that that old woman is downright hard to harm." Verna said something like that. Warren smiled to himself. Anne always could scowl a thunderstorm back over the horizon. Zed grunted his agreement as he went back to digging through his pile. "Tougher than bad meat, she is." He tossed 2 outdated maps over his shoulder. Warren leaned down a little. "What is it you're looking for, if you don't mind my asking?" "My towel. I know I had—" "Right there," Warren said. Zed looked up. "What?" "Your towel." Warren pointed again. "Right there on the back of the chair." "Oh." Zed snatched up the wandering towel and dried his dry face. He scowled at Warren. "You have the eyes of a burglar." He tossed the towel in the pile with everything else where it belonged. Warren's grin returned. "I'll take that as a compliment." Zed cocked his head. "Do you hear that?" Warren's grin melted away as he joined Zed in listening to the sounds outside. Horses clogged along the hard ground. Men talked as they passed the tent. Others called orders. Fires crackled. Wagons squeaked and gear clanged and rattled. "Hear what?" Zed's face twisted in vague unease. "I don't know. Like maybe a whistle." Warren lifted a thumb over his shoulder. "The men whistle now and again to get the attention of their horses and such. Sometimes it's necessary." They all did their best to keep the whistling and other noise down. Whistles, especially, carried in such open terrain. It was hard to miss something the size of the Daharans' encampment, of course, but they moved camp from time to time to keep the enemy from getting too confident about their location. Sound could give away more than they would like. Zed shook his head. "Must have been that. Someone's long whistle." "But still, Zed," Warren went on, "it's long past time when Anne would have sent Verna a message." "There were times when I was with Anne that she couldn't send messages." Zed waved an arm expansively. "Bags, there was a time when I wouldn't let her use that confounded journey book. The thing gave me the shivers. I don't know why she couldn't just send letters like normal people." His face, he knew, was betraying his concern. "Confounded journey books, lazy way of doing things. I got to be first wizard, and I never needed a journey book." "She could have lost it. That's what Verna suggested, anyway." Zed held up a finger. "That's right. She very well could have. It's small. It could have fallen from her belt, and she didn't notice until she and Alessandra made camp. She'd never find the book in a circumstance like that." He shook the finger. "Makes my point, too. You shouldn't depend on little trick things of magic like that. It just makes you lazy." That's what Verna thought, too. About it falling from her belt, I mean. Warren chuckled. "Or a cat could even have eaten it." From beneath a furrowed brow, Zed peered at Warren. "A cat? What cat?" "Any cat." Warren cleared his throat. "I just meant— Oh, never mind. I never was any good at jokes." Zed's knotted brow lifted. "Oh, I see. A cat could have eaten it. Yes, I see." He didn't, but Zed forced a chuckle for the boy's sake. "Very good, Warren." "Anyway, she probably lost it. It's probably something as simple as that." "If that's the case," Zed reasoned, "she will likely end up coming here to let us know that she's all right, or at least she will send a letter or messenger or something. Ever more likely, though, she probably had nothing to tell us and simply saw no need to bother with sending a message in her journey book." Warren made a skeptical face. "But we haven't had a message from her for nearly a month." Zed waved a hand dismissively. Well, she was way north, up almost to where Richard and Kaylin are, last we heard. If she did lose the book and started right out to come here from there, she won't show up for yet another week or two. If she went on to see Richard first, then it will be longer, I imagine. Anne doesn't travel all that fast, you know. I know, Warren said. She is getting up there in years, but that's just another reason why I'm so worried. What really worried Zed was the way the journey book went silent, just as Anne was about to reach Richard and Kaylin. Zed had been eagerly anticipating hearing that Richard and Kaylin were safe, that Kaylin was all healed, maybe even that Richard was ready to return. Anne knew how eager they were for word, and would certainly have had something to report. Zed didn't like the coincidence that the journey book went silent right at that time. He didn't like it one bit. The whole thing made him want to scratch as if he'd been bitten by a white mosquito. Now look here, Warren, a month isn't so long not to hear from her. In the past, it's sometimes been weeks and weeks between her messages. It's too early to start getting ourselves all worked up with worry. Besides, we have our own concerns which require our attention. Zed didn't know what they could do even if Anne were in trouble somewhere. They had no idea how to find her. Warren flashed an apologetic smile. You're right, Zed. Zed moved a map and found a half loaf of bread left from the night before. He took a big bite, giving himself an excuse to chew instead of talk. When he talked, he feared he only let out the true level of his worry, not just about Anne, but also about Richard and Kaylin. Warren was an able wizard, and smarter than just about anyone Zed had ever met. Zed often had trouble finding something to talk about that Warren hadn't already heard of, or was intimately familiar with. There was something refreshing about sharing knowledge with someone who nodded knowingly at esoteric points of magic that no one else would fathom. Someone who could fill in little gaps in the odd spell, or delighted at having his own little gaps filled in by what Zed knew. Warren retained more about prophecy than Zed thought anyone had a right to know in the first place. Warren was a fascinating mix of obstinate old man and callow youth. He was at once set in his ways, and at the same time openly, infinitely, innocently curious. The one thing that made Warren fall silent, though, was when they discussed Richard's vision. Warren's face would go blank, and he would sit without comment while others argued over what Richard had said in his letters and if there was any validity to it. Whenever Zed had Warren alone and asked him what he thought, Warren would say only, "I follow Richard, he is my friend, and he is the Lord Rahl." Warren would not debate or discuss Richard's instructions to the army, or more specifically, Richard's refusal to give instructions. Richard had given his orders as far as Warren was concerned, and they were to be swallowed, not chewed. Zed noticed that Warren was twisting his robes again. Zed waved his bread. "You look like a wizard with his pants full of itching spells. Do you have something you need to let out, Warren?" Warren grinned sheepishly. "Am I that obvious?" Zed patted the boy on the back. "No, Warren, I'm just that good." Warren laughed at Zed's joke. Zed gestured with his bread toward the folding canvas chair. Warren looked behind himself at the chair, but shook his head. Zed figured it must be important if Warren felt he needed to stand to say it. "Zed, with winter upon us, do you believe the Imperial Order will attack, or wait until spring?" "Well, now that's always a worry. The not knowing leaves your stomach all in knots. But you've all worked hard. You've all trained and practiced. You'll do just fine, Warren. The sisters, too." Warren didn't seem to be interested in hearing what Zed was saying. He was scratching his temple, waiting his turn to speak. "Yes. Well, thank you, Zed. We have been working hard." General Leiden thinks Winter is our best friend right now. He, his Celtish officers, and some of the Daharans believe that Jagang would be foolhardy to start a campaign with Winter just setting in. Kelton isn't all that far north of here, so General Leiden is familiar with the difficulty of winter warfare and the terrain we would fall back to. He's convinced the order is waiting for spring. "General Leiden is a good man and may be second in command after General Rybish," Zed said in an even voice as he watched Warren's blue eyes. "But I don't agree with him." Warren looked crestfallen. "Oh." The general had brought his Celtish division down south a couple of months before to reinforce the Daharan army, at General Rybish's request. Regarding Kaelin as their queen, since Richard had named her so, the Celtish forces still had an independent streak, even if they were now part of the Daharan Empire, as everyone had taken to calling it. Zed didn't do anything to discourage such talk. It was better for everyone in the New World to be one mighty force than a collection of tribes. As far as Zed was concerned, Richard had clearly had the right instincts in that. A war of this scale would have been ungovernable were the New World not won. Having everyone think of themselves as part of the Daharan Empire first and foremost could only help make it so. Zed cleared his throat.
But that's just a guess, Warren. I could be wrong. General Leiden is an experienced man and no fool. I could be wrong.
But so could Leiden be wrong. I guess that puts you with General Rybish. He's been pacing his tent every night for the last 2 months. Zed shrugged.
Is there something important to you, Warren, that hinges on what the Imperial Order does? Are you waiting for them to make up your mind for you about something?
Warren held up his hands as if to ward the very notion. No, of course not. It's just that it would be a bad time to be thinking about such things is all. But if they were going to lie low for the winter, Warren fussed with his sleeve. That's all I meant. If you thought they were going to wait until spring or something, his voice trailed off.
And if they were, then...
Warren stared at the ground while he twisted his robes at his stomach into a purple knot. If you think they might decide to move this winter, then it wouldn't be right for us, to be thinking about such things. Zed scratched his chin and changed his approach.
Let's say I believe the order is going to sit tight for the winter. Then what might you do in that case?
Warren threw his hands up. Zed, will you marry Verna and me? Zed's brow went up as he drew back his head.
Bags, my boy. That's a mouthful to swallow first thing in the morning.
Warren took 2 big strides closer. Will you, Zed? I mean, only if you really think the order is going to sit down there in Andereth for the winter. If they are, then, well, then it would be... I mean, we might as well...
Do you love Verna, Warren?
Of course I do.
And does Verna love you?
Well, of course she does. Zed shrugged.
Then I'll marry the both of you.
You will? Oh, Zed, that would be wonderful. Warren turned, reaching one hand toward the tent's opening, lifting his other back toward Zed. Wait there a moment.
Well, I was about to flap my arms and fly to the moon, but if you want me to wait...
Warren was already out the tent. Zed heard muffled voices coming from outside. Warren came back in, right on Verna's heels. Verna beamed from ear to ear, which Zed found unsettling in its own way, being so unusual. Thank you for offering to marry us, Zed. Thank you. Warren and I wanted you to do the ceremony. I told him you would do it, but Warren wanted to ask you and give you a chance to say no. I can't think of anything more meaningful than being wedded by the first wizard. Zed thought she was a lovely woman, a little fussy about rules and such at times, but well-intentioned. She worked hard. She didn't shy from some of the things Zed had asked of her, and she obviously held Warren in warm regard, as well as respecting him. When? Verna asked. When do you think would be an appropriate time? Zed screwed up his face.
Do you two think you can wait until I've had a proper breakfast?
They both grinned. We were thinking more along the lines of an evening wedding, Verna said. Maybe we could have a party, with music and dancing. Warren gestured nonchalantly. We were thinking something to make a pleasant break in all the training.
A break? How much time do you two think you will be needing away from your duties?
Oh, no, Zed. Warren had gone as purple as his robes. We didn't mean we would... we would still be doing... We would only like... We don't want any time away, Zed, Verna put in, bringing Warren's bashful babbling to an end. We just thought it would be a nice opportunity for everyone to have a well-earned party for an evening. We won't be leaving our posts. Zed put a bony arm around Verna's shoulders.
You two can have all the time away you want. We all understand. I'm happy for you both.
That's great, Zed, Warren said with a sigh. We really... A red-faced officer burst into the tent without so much as announcing himself. "Wizards are under!" Two sisters charged in right behind him. "Prelate!" Sister Philippa called. "They're coming!" Sister Phoebe cried. Both women were white-faced and looked to be on the verge of losing their breakfast. Sister Phoebe was trembling like a wet dog in winter. Zed then saw that Sister Philippa's hair was singed on one side and the shoulder of her dress was blackened. She had been one of those on far watch for the enemy gifted. Now Zed knew what the whistling sound he thought he'd heard was. It was very distant screams. Rolling up from the distance came the note of the secondary waypoint alarm horns. Zed felt the faint tingle of magic woven through them, so he knew they were genuine. Outside the tent, the muted sounds of camp life rose into a din of activity. Weapons were being yanked from where they were stacked. Fires hissed as they were doused. Swords were being strapped on, others were being drawn. Horses whinnied at the sudden racket. Warren seized Sister Philippa's arm and started issuing orders. "Get the line coordinated. Don't let them be seen. Keep behind the third ridge. Set the trips close. We need to give the enemy confidence. Cavalry?" The woman nodded. "Coming in 2 wings," the officer put in. "But they aren't charging yet. They don't want to get out too far ahead of their foot soldiers. Start the first fire behind them, once they're past the blast point, just like we've drilled," Warren told Sister Philippa as she nodded heedfully to his instructions. The intention was to trap any cavalry charge between walls of violent magic. It had to be focused properly to have any hope of piercing the enemy's shields. "Prelate," Sister Phoebe said, still panting, "you can't imagine the numbers. Dear Creator, it looks like the ground is moving, like the hills are melting men toward us." Verna put a comforting hand to the young sister's shoulder. "I know, Phoebe, I know. But we all know what to do." Verna was already ushering the 2 sisters out and calling for her other aides, as yet more officers and returning scouts leaped from horses. A big bearded soldier, sweat running down his face, barged into the tent, gasping for his breath. "The whole blasted force, all of them." "Cavalry with lances, enough to break their way and then some," another man shouted into the tent from atop a lathered horse, pausing only long enough to deliver the news to Zed before charging off. "Archers?" Zed asked the 2 soldiers, still in his tent. The officer with the beard shook his head. "Too far to tell," he gulped air. "But I'd bet my life they're right behind the pikemen's shields." "No doubt," Zed said. "When they get close enough, they'll show themselves." Warren grabbed the bearded officer's sleeve and pulled him along behind as he trotted out of the tent. "Don't worry. When they show themselves, we'll have something to put out their eyes." The other man ran on to his duties. In an instant, Zed was standing alone in his tent, lit from the outside by early morning winter sun. It was a cold dawn. It would be a bloody day. Outside the tent, the racket exploded into the uproar of practiced pandemonium. Everyone had a job and knew it well. These were mostly battle-tested Daharans. Zed had snuck close and had seen how fearsome the Imperial Order troops looked, but the Daharans were their match in gristle. For generations, Daharans prided themselves on being the fiercest fighters in existence. For a good part of his life, Zed had battled Daharans who had proven their boasts true. Zed could hear someone shouting, "Move! Move! Move!" It sounded like General Rybish. Zed dashed to the tent's opening, pausing at the brink of a river of men flowing past in a great churning mass. General Rybish skidded to a halt just outside the tent. "Zed, we were right." Zed nodded his disappointment to have surmised the enemy's plans. This was one time he wished he'd been wrong. "We're breaking camp," General Rybish said. "We've not much time. I have already ordered the advance guard to shift their positions north to cover the supply wagons." "Is it all of them or just a jab to test us?" "It's the whole bloody lot." "Dear spirits," Zed whispered. At least he had made what plans for this eventuality as could be made. He had trained the gifted to expect this so they wouldn't be thrown off balance. It would come just as Zed told them it would. That would aid their confidence and give them courage. The day hinged on the gifted. General Rybish swiped his meaty hand across his mouth and jaw as he looked to the south, toward an enemy he couldn't yet see. The early sun made his rust-colored hair look red, and the scar that ran from his left temple to his jaw stand out like a streak of frozen white lightning.
Our sentries pulled back along with the outer lines. No use in them standing ground, since it's the whole Imperial Order. Zed quickly nodded his agreement. We'll be the magic against magic for you, General. The man had a lusty glint in his grayish-green eye. We're the steel for you, Zed. We'll show them bastards a lot of both today. Just don't show them too much too soon, Zed warned. I'm not about to change our plans now, he said over the sound of the tumult. Good. Zed snatched the arm of a soldier running past. You, I need your help. Pack up my things in there for me, would you, lad? I need to get to the sisters. General Rybish gestured the young soldier into Zed's tent, and the young man leaped to the task. The scouts said they're all staying on this side of the Drun River, just as we hoped. Good. We won't have to worry about them flanking us, at least not from the west. Zed swept his gaze over the dissolving camp as the men swiftly set about their jobs. He looked back to the general's weathered face. Just get our men north into those valleys in time, General, so that we can't be surrounded. The gifted will cover your tails. We'll plug up the valleys, don't you worry. The river isn't frozen over yet, is it? General Rybish shook his head. Maybe enough for a rat to skate on, but not the wolf that's after him. That should keep them from crossing. Zed squinted off to the south. I have to go check on Addie and her sisters. May the good spirits be with you, General. They won't need to watch your back. We'll do that. General Rybish caught Zed's arm. There's more than we thought, Zed. Twice the number at least. If my scouts weren't just stuttering, there may be 3 times their number. Think you can slow that many down while keeping them focused on trying to sink their teeth into my backside? The plan was to draw the enemy north while staying just out of their reach, close enough to make them salivate, but not close enough to let them get a good bite. Crossing the river at this time of year would be impractical for an army that size. With the river on one side and the mountains on the other, a force the size of the Imperial Order couldn't so easily surround and overwhelm the Daharan Empire troops, who were outnumbered 10 or 20 to 1. The plan, too, was designed to keep in mind Richard's admonition about not attacking directly into the Order. Zed wasn't sure about the validity of Richard's warning, but knew better than to so openly tempt ruin. Hopefully, once they enticed the enemy into that tighter terrain more defensible, the Order would lose some of their advantage, and their advance could be halted. Once the Imperial Order was stalled, the Daharans could begin working the enemy down to size. The Daharans thought nothing of being outnumbered. It just gave them a better opportunity to prove themselves. Zed stared off, imagining the hillsides darkened with the enemy pouring forth. He was already seeing the lethal powers he would unleash. He knew, too, that in battle things rarely went as planned. Don't you worry, General. Today, the Imperial Order is going to begin paying a terrible price for its aggression. The grinning general clapped Zed on the side of the shoulder. Good man. General Rybish charged off, calling for his aides and his horse, collecting a growing crowd of men around him as he went. It had begun. Chapter 30. Arms resting on his thighs, Richard crouched in the belly of the beast. Well? Nietzsche asked from atop her horse. Richard stood beside a rib bone that towered to well over twice his height. He shielded his eyes against the golden sunlight as he briefly scanned the empty horizon behind himself. He looked back to Nietzsche, her hair honeyed by the low sun. I'd say it was a dragon. When her mare began to dance sideways, trying to put distance between itself and the expanse of bones, Nietzsche took the slack out of the reins. Dragon, she repeated in a flat voice. Here and there, dried scraps of meat stuck to the bones. Richard swished a hand at the cloud of flies buzzing around him. The faint stench of decay hung over the sight. As he stepped out of the cage of giant rib bones standing belly up, he gestured toward the head, nestled in a bed of brown grass. There was enough room to walk between the ribs without them touching his shoulders. I recognized the teeth. I had a dragon's tooth once. Nietzsche looked skeptical. Well, whatever it is, if you've seen enough, let's be on our way. Richard brushed his hands clean. The stallion snorted and stepped away from him when he approached. The horse didn't like the smell of death and didn't trust Richard after having been near it. Richard stroked the glossy black neck. "Steady, boy," he said in a comforting voice. "Easy now." When she saw Richard finally mount up, Nietzsche turned her dappled mare and started off once more. The late afternoon light cast long, clawed shadows of the rib bones toward him, as if reaching out, calling him back to the ghost of some terrible end. He glanced back over his shoulder at the length of the skeletal remains stretched out in the middle of an empty, gently rolling grassland before urging his stallion into a trot to catch up with Nietzsche. His horse needed little encouragement to be away from the dying place, and happily sprang into his easy loping gallop instead. In the month or so Richard had spent with the horse, the two of them had become used to each other. The horse was willing enough, but never really friendly. Richard wasn't interested enough to go to the effort of doing more. Making friends with a horse was just about the last of his concerns. Nietzsche hadn't known if the horses had names and didn't seem interested in naming animals, so Richard simply called the black stallion Boy and Nietzsche's dapple gray mare Girl, and left it at that. Nietzsche seemed neither pleased or displeased about him naming the horses. She simply went along with his convention. "Do you actually believe it's the remains of a dragon?" Nietzsche asked when he caught up with her. The stallion slowed, and glad to be back in the herd, gave the mare's flanks a nuzzle. Girl merely turned her closest ear toward him in recognition. "It's about the right size, as I remember." Nietzsche tossed her head to flick her hair back over her shoulder. "You're serious, aren't you?" Richard frowned his puzzlement. "You saw it. What else could it possibly be?" She conceded with a sigh. "I just thought it was the bones of some long-extinct beast." "With flies still buzzing around it?" "It still had a few bits of sinew dried to the bones. It's not some ancient thing. It couldn't be much older than 6 months, possibly much less." She was watching him from the corner of her eye again. "So they really do have dragons in the New World?" "In the Midlands, anyway. Where I grew up, there were none. Dragons, as I understand it, have magic. There was no magic in Westland. When I came here, I saw a red dragon. From what I heard, they're very rare." And now there was at least one less. Nietzsche was little concerned about the remains of an animal, even if it was a dragon. Richard had long ago decided that, as much as he lusted to crush her skull, he would have a better chance of figuring a way out of his situation if he didn't antagonize her. Battling another person sapped your own strength, making it more difficult to reason your way out of the trouble. He kept his mind focused on what was most important to him. He couldn't force himself to pretend to befriend Nietzsche, but he tried to give her no cause to become angry enough to hurt Caitlin. So far, it had been successful. Nietzsche didn't seem easily inclined to anger anyway. When she became displeased, she submerged back into an indifference which seemed to smother her distant rancor. They finally reached the road from where they had spotted the white speck that had turned out to be the remains of the dragon. "What was it like growing up in a place with no magic?" Richard shrugged. "I don't know. That's just the way it was. It was normal." "And you were happy? Growing up without magic, I mean." "Yes, very happy." The frown returned to his face. "Why?" "And yet, you fight to keep magic in the world, so other children will have to grow up with it. Am I right?" "Yes." "The Order wishes to rid the world of magic so that people can grow up happy, without the poisonous fog of magic always outside their door." She glanced over at him. "They want children to grow up much like you did, and yet you fight this." It was not a question, so Richard chose not to turn it into one for her. What the Order chose to do was not his concern. He turned his thoughts to other things. They were traveling east-southeast on a road traversed by the odd trader. They had smiled and nodded at too that day. The road, as it took the easiest route across the rolling hills, had that afternoon begun to turn more to the south. As they crested a rise, Richard spotted a flock of sheep in the far distance. Not far ahead, they had been told, was a town where they could pick up some needed provisions. The horses could use some grain, too. Over his left shoulder to the northeast, snow-capped mountains, turning pink in the late sunlight, rose up out of the foothills. To his right, the ground rolled off into the wilds. Beyond the town, it wouldn't be too far until they crossed the Kern River. They were not far at all from what used to be the wasteland where the Great Barrier had stood.
They were close to cutting south into the old world. Even though there was no longer a barrier to prevent his return once they crossed over, he felt downhearted about leaving the new world. It was like leaving Kalen's world, like leaving her by one more degree. As fiercely as he loved her, he could feel her slipping farther and farther into the distance. Nietzsche's blonde hair fluttered in the breeze as she turned toward him. "It's said they used to have dragons in the old world, too." Richard brought himself out of his brooding. "But no more?" he asked. She shook her head. "How long ago was that?" "Long ago? No one living has ever seen one. And that includes sisters living at the palace." He thought about it as he rode, listening to the rhythmic clop of hooves. Nietzsche had proven forthcoming, so he asked, "Do you know why not?" "I can only tell you what was taught to me, if you would like to hear it." When Richard nodded, she went on. "During the Great War, at the time when the barrier between the old and new worlds was raised, the wizards in the old world worked toward revoking magic from the world. Dragons could not exist without magic, so they went extinct. But they still existed here, on the other side of the barrier. It may be that the old wizards' suppression of magic on their side had only a local or even temporary effect. After all, magic still exists, so obviously they failed to achieve their ends." Richard was getting an uneasy feeling as he considered both Nietzsche's words and the bones he had seen. "Nietzsche, may I ask you a question, a serious question, about magic?" She gazed over at him as she slowed her horse to an easy walk. "What is it you wish to know?" "How long do you think a dragon could exist without magic?" Nietzsche considered his question for a moment, but in the end let out a sigh. "I only know about the history of the dragons in the old world as it was taught. As you know, words written that long ago are not always dependable. It would only be an educated guess. I would say it could be mere moments, possibly days, or even longer, but not a great deal longer. It's a much simplified version of asking how long a fish could live out of water. Why do you ask?" Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. "When the chimes were here, in this world, they drew away magic. All of the magic, or nearly all anyway, was withdrawn from the world of life for a time." She turned her eyes back to the road. "My estimation is that the withdrawal was total for a time at least." That was what he had feared. Richard considered her words along with what he knew. Not all creatures of magic depend on it. Us, for example. We are, in a way, creatures of magic, but we can live without it too. I'm wondering if creatures that depended on magic for their very existence might not have made it through until the chimes were banished and magic was restored to the world of life. Magic was not restored. Richard pulled his horse up short. "What?" "Not in the way you are thinking about it." Nietzsche circled around to face him. "Richard, while I have no direct knowledge with precisely what happened, such an event could not be without consequence." "Tell me what you know." She frowned in curiosity. "Why do you look so concerned?" "Nietzsche, please, just tell me what you know." She folded her wrists over the horn of her saddle. "Richard, magic is a complex matter, so there can be no certainty." She held up a hand to forestall his cascade of questions. "This much, though, is certain. The world doesn't stay the same. It changes continuously. Magic is not merely part of this world. Magic is the conduit between worlds. Do you understand?" He thought he might. "I accidentally used magic to call forth the spirit of my father from the underworld. I banished him back to the underworld with the use of magic. The Mud People, for example, use magic to communicate with their spirit ancestors beyond the veil in the underworld. I had to go to the Temple of the Winds in another world when Jagang sent a sister there to start a plague, which she brought back from that world." "And what do all of those things have in common?" "They used magic to bridge the gap between worlds." "Yes, but there is more. Those worlds exist, but they are dependent on this one to define them, are they not?" "You mean like life is created into this world and after death souls are taken by the Keeper to the underworld?" "Yes, but more. Do you see the connection?" Richard was getting lost. He hadn't grown up knowing anything about magic. We're caught between the two realms? No, not exactly. Her blue eyes flashed with intensity. She waited until his gaze steadied on hers, then she held up a finger to mark the importance of her words. Magic is a conduit between worlds. As magic diminishes, those other worlds are not just more distant to us, but the power of those worlds in this world diminishes. Do you see? Richard was getting goosebumps. You mean the other worlds have less influence? Like a child who has grown and his parents have less influence over him? Yes. In the fading light, her eyes seemed more blue than usual. As the worlds grow more separate, it is something like a child growing and leaving home. But there is more to it yet. She leaned forward ever so slightly in her saddle. You see, those other worlds can be said to exist only by their relationship to life, to this world. At that moment, she seemed like nothing to him so much as what she really was, a 180-year-old sorceress. It might even be said, she whispered in a voice that sounded like the shadows speaking, that without magic to link those other worlds to this, those other worlds cease to exist. Richard swallowed. You mean just as the child grows and leaves home, the parents become less important to his existence? When they eventually grow old and die, even though they were once vital and strongly linked to him, when they now cease to exist, he lives on without them. Exactly, she hissed. The world changes, he said almost to himself. The world doesn't stay the same. That's what Jagang wants. He wants magic and those other worlds to cease to exist so that he will have this one all for himself. No, she said in a soft voice. He wishes it not for himself, but for mankind. Richard started to argue, but she cut him off. I know, Jagang. I'm telling you what he believes. He may enjoy the spoils, but in his heart he believes he is doing this for mankind, not himself. Richard didn't really believe her, but he didn't see any point in quarreling with her. Either way, because of the changes taking place, such creatures as dragons might have already become extinct. Those white bones could very well have been the remains of the last red dragon. Because of events like the chimes, the world may already have irrevocably changed to a point where creatures of magic have died out, she said, as she stared out over the empty twilight. In an evolving world such as I describe, magic, even such as ours, would soon die out, too. Do you see now? Without that conduit to other worlds, worlds that may no longer exist, magic would not come into existence when offspring of the gifted are born. One thing was sure. When the time came, he was going to make Nietzsche extinct. As they rode on, Richard gazed back over his shoulder at bones he could no longer see. It was well after dark when they rode into the town. When Richard inquired of a passer-by, he was told that the town, Ripley, was named after the rippling foothills. It was a quiet place, often a nearly forgotten corner of the Midlands, its back to what used to be the wasteland from where no one ever returned. Many of the people grew wheat and raised sheep to provide themselves with trade goods while keeping small animals and gardens for themselves. There was a road coming in from the southwest, from Renwald, and other roads going off to the north. Ripley was a crossroads for trade between Renwald, the people of the wilds who traded at that outpost city, and villages to the north and east. Now, of course, Renwald was gone. The Imperial Order had sacked the city. Now, with only ghosts inhabiting the streets of Renwald, the people of the wilds who traded their goods there would suffer. The people from the towns and villages who came to Ripley would suffer too. Ripley was falling on hard times. Richard and Nietzsche created a small sensation. Strangers traveling through had become a sporadic event, what with Renwald gone. The two of them were tired, and there was an inn, but raucous drinking was going on there, and Richard didn't want to have to deal with that kind of trouble. There was a well-kept stable at the other end of town from the inn, and the man who owned it offered to let them stay in the hayloft for a silver penny each. The night was cold, and it would be warmer in the hayloft out of the wind, So Richard paid the man the penny each for themselves and 3 more for the horses to be cared for and fed. The taciturn stable owner was so pleased with the extra money for the horses that he told Richard he would tend their shoes while he had them. When Richard thanked him and told them they were tired, the man smiled for the first time and said, "I'll be seeing to your horses then. I hope you and your wife sleep well. Good night then." Richard followed Nietzsche up the rough wooden ladder at the back of the barn. They had a cold dinner sitting in the hay as they listened to the stable owner fetching grain and water for their horses. Richard and Nietzsche had only the bare bones of necessary conversation before they rolled themselves up in their cloaks and went to sleep. When they woke a little after dawn, they discovered a small gathering of skinny children and hollow-cheeked adults come to see the rich folks traveling through. Apparently their horses, better than any that had boarded at the stable in a long time, had been the source of gossip and speculation. When Richard greeted the people, he got back only vacant looks. When he and Nietzsche walked to the supply store, not far away past a few drab buildings, the people all followed, as if it were a king and queen come to town, and they all wanted to see what such high-born people did with their day. Goats and chickens wandering Ripley's main street scattered before the procession. A milk cow cropping brown grass behind the leather shop paused for a look. A rooster atop a stump flapped his wings in annoyance. When the bolder children asked who they were, Nietzsche told them that they were only travelers, husband and wife, looking for work. Such news was greeted with skeptical tittering. In her fine black dress, the people took Nietzsche for a queen looking for a kingdom. They thought only a little less of Richard. When an older boy asked where they were going to look for work, as there was little to be found in Ripley, Nietzsche told them that they were going to the old world. Some of the adults snatched up children and hurried away. Yet more remained close on Richard and Nietzsche's heels. An older man who owned the supply store gently shooed the people away from his door when Richard went in. Once Richard had gone inside, he watched the people grow bolder and begin pawing at Nietzsche, begging for money, for medicine, for food. Nietzsche stayed outside with the people, asking them about their troubles and their needs. She moved through the crowd, inspecting the children. She had that blank look on her face that Richard didn't like. "What can I get you?" the proprietor asked. What about those people?" Richard asked instead. He glanced out the sparkling clean little window to see Nietzsche standing in the middle of the ragged group, talking about the Creator's love for them. They all listened as if she were a good spirit come to comfort them. "Well, they're all sorts," the shop owner said. "Most wandered in from the old world after the barrier came down. Some are just no good locals, drunks and such, who'd just as soon beg or steal as work. When strangers from the old world came in, some of the people here joined their ways. We get traders through here and men like that with goods to protect. Find they have less trouble if they're generous with that sort. Some of them out there are folks who've had trouble, widows with children who can't find a husband, things like that. A few of them will work for me when I have work, but most won't." Richard was about to give the man a list of their needs when Nietzsche glided in the door. "Richard, I need some money." Rather than argue with her, he passed her the saddlebag with the money. She reached in and pulled out a handful of gold and silver. The shop owner's eyes went wide when he saw how much she had in her fist. She paid him no heed. Richard stood slack-jawed as he watched Nietzsche back out with the crowd, giving away all the money. Arms waved and reached for her. People cried out all the louder. A few ran off with what she had given them. Richard pulled open the saddlebag, peering in to see how much they had left. It wasn't much. He could hardly believe what Nietzsche had just done. It made no sense. "How about some barley flour, some oatmeal, some rice, some bacon, lentils, dried biscuits, and salt?" he asked the waiting proprietor. "No oatmeal, but I've got the rest. How much do you want?" Richard was running calculations through his head. They had a long journey, and Nietzsche had just given away most of their money. They'd used up the better portion of the supplies they had. He laid 6 silver pennies on the counter. "Just what that will buy us." He pulled his pack off his back and set it on the counter beside the money. The man scooped up the coins and sighed at the money he had almost made. He began pulling the items down from a shelf and placing them in the pack. As he worked, Richard requested a few other small things he remembered as the man was going about getting the order. He parted with another penny.
Richard had only a few silver pennies, 2 silver crowns, and no gold left. Nietzsche had handed out more money than most of those people had ever seen in their entire lifetimes. Worried about what they were going to do for supplies in the future, Richard slung his pack onto his back when the shop proprietor had finished and rushed out to see if he couldn't slow Nietzsche down. She was lecturing on the Creator's love of every man and asking the people to forgive the cruelty of heartless and uncaring people as she handed the last gold coin to an unshaven man without teeth. He grinned his thanks and then licked his parched lips. Richard knew how he would wet them. There were yet more pleading hands thrusting toward her. Worried, Richard seized Nietzsche's arm and pulled her back. She turned toward him. "We have to get back to the stables," she said. "That's what I'm thinking," Richard said, holding his anger in check. "Let's hope the stableman is done with them by now so we can get out of here." "No," she said with a look of grim finality in her eye. "We need to sell the horses." "What?" Richard blinked in angry astonishment. "May I at least ask why?" "To share what we have with those who have nothing." Richard was beyond words. He just stared at her. How were they going to travel? He considered the question briefly and decided that he didn't really care how soon they got to wherever it was she was taking him. But they would have to carry everything. He was a woods guide and used to walking with a pack, so he guessed he could walk. He let out his breath and turned toward the stables. "We need to sell the horses," Richard told the stable owner. The man frowned, looked at the horses standing in their stalls, and then back at Richard. He looked thunderstruck. "Those are mighty fine horses, mister. We don't have horses like this around here." "You do now," Nietzsche said. He glanced uneasily at her. Most people were uneasy gazing at Nietzsche, either because of her startling beauty or because of her cool, often denunciative presence. "I can't pay what horses like this are worth." "We didn't ask you to," Nietzsche said in a dull voice. "We only asked to sell them to you. We need to sell them. We'll take what you can give us." The man's eyes shifted from Richard's to Nietzsche's and back. Richard could tell the man was uneasy about cheating them in such a way, but he couldn't seem to figure out how to turn down such an offer. "All I can pay is 4 silver marks for the both of them." Richard knew they were worth 10 times that much. "And the tack," Nietzsche said. The man scratched his cheek. "I guess I could throw in another silver, but that's all I got to my name. I'm sorry. I know they're worth more. But if you're bound and determined for me to buy them off you, that's all I got." "Is there anyone else in town who might buy them for more?" Richard asked. "I don't believe so, but to tell you the truth, son, it wouldn't be hurting my feelings if you were to go ask around. I don't like swindling folks, and I know you couldn't call 5 silver marks for the horses and tack anything else but a swindle." The man kept glancing at Nietzsche, seeming to suspect that this transaction was beyond Richard's ability to control. Her steady blue eyes could make any man fidget. "We accept your offer," Nietzsche said without any hesitation or uncertainty. "I'm sure it's quite fair." The man sighed unhappily at his windfall. "I don't have that much money on me. I'll go in the house." He lifted a thumb over his shoulder. "Out back of the barn and get it, if you'd be so good as to wait a minute." Nietzsche nodded, and he hurried on his way, not so much eager to consummate the deal, Richard thought, as he was eager to be out from under Nietzsche's gaze. Richard turned to her, feeling his face heating. "What's this all about?" He saw through the partly open stable doors that the crowd of people who had followed them were still out there. She ignored his question. "Get your things, whatever you can carry. As soon as he comes back, it's time we were on our way." Richard pulled his glare from her. He stalked over to his gear, sitting outside Boy's stall, and began stuffing everything he could into his pack. He strapped the water skins around his waist and flipped the saddlebags over his shoulder. He was sure the stable owner wouldn't complain about not having the saddlebags with the rest of the tack. Richard thought that when they reached a more prosperous town, he could at least sell the saddlebags. While he worked, Nietzsche put her belongings into a pack she could carry. When the man came back with the money, he offered it to Richard. Nietzsche held out her hand. "I'll take it," she said. He glanced to Richard's eyes once and then handed Nietzsche the money. "I threw in the silver pennies you paid me last night. That's all I have, I swear." "Thank you," Nietzsche said.
That was very generous of you to share what you have. That is the Creator's way. Without another word, Nietzsche turned and strode through the dimly lit stable and out the door. "It's my way," the man muttered under his breath to her back. "Creator had no say in it." Outside in the sunlight, Nietzsche began doling out the money she had just gotten for the horses. The people vied for her favor as she walked among them, speaking to them, asking questions, until she was out of sight past the edge of the barn door. Richard gave Boy a quick rub on the blaze of his forehead, hoisted his saddlebags onto his shoulder, and turned to the dumbfounded expression on the stable owner's face. He and Richard shared a helpless look. "I hope she's a good wife to you," the man finally said. Richard wanted to say that Nietzsche was a sister of the dark and that he was her prisoner, but in the end he decided that it could serve no purpose. Nietzsche had made it clear to him that he was Richard Cypher, her husband, and she was Nietzsche Cypher, his wife. She had told him to stick to that story, for Kaylin's sake. "She's just generous," Richard said. "That's why I married her. She's good to people." Richard heard a woman's cry and shouting. He bolted for the partly open door and ran out into the bright morning sunlight. He didn't see anyone. He raced around to the side of the barn to where he heard scuffling. A half-dozen men had Nietzsche down on the ground, some swinging at her with their fists as she tried to fend them off with her bare hands. Others pawed at her, searching for a money pouch. They were fighting over the unearned before it was even out of her hands. A crowd of women, children, and other men stood around the scene in a circle, vultures waiting to pick the bones. Richard crashed through the ring of people, seized the closest man by the back of his collar, and heaved him back. He was skinny and flew through the air, crashing into the wall of the barn. The whole building shook. Richard kicked another in the ribs, tumbling him off Nietzsche and through the dirt. A third man spun and took a mighty swing at Richard. Richard caught the fist and bent it down until he felt a snap as the man cried out. At that, the men all scattered in every direction. Richard started after one of them, but Nietzsche suddenly flew at him, restraining him. "Richard, no!" In his rage to get at the men, Richard nearly smashed her face, but when he realized it was her, lowered his fists to his side as he glared at the crowd. "Please, my lord, please, my lady," one of the women wailed. "Have mercy on us, woeful folk. We's just the Creator's miserable wretches. Have mercy on us." "You're a bunch of thieves," Richard yelled. "Thieving from someone who was trying to help you." He made an effort to go after the lot of them, but Nietzsche held his wrists down. "Richard, no!" The people vanished like mice before a hissing cat. Nietzsche let Richard's fists drop. He saw then that she had blood on her mouth. "What's the matter with you? Giving money to people who would rather rob you than wait for you to hand it to them willingly? Why would you give money to such vermin? That's enough. I'll not stand here and listen to you insult the Creator's children. Who are you to judge? Who are you with a full belly to say what's right? You have no idea what those poor people have been through, and yet you are quick to judge." Richard took a purging breath. He reminded himself yet again of what he had to keep uppermost in his mind. It was not really Nietzsche he had been protecting. He pulled a shirt sleeve from the corner of his pack, wet it with water from a water skin hanging around his waist, and carefully wiped her bloody mouth and chin. She winced as he worked, but without protest let him inspect her injury. "It's not bad," he told her, "just a cut in the corner of your mouth. Hold still now." She stood quietly as he held her head in one hand while he cleaned the blood off the rest of her face with the other. "Thank you, Richard." She hesitated. "I was sure one of them was going to cut my throat." "Why didn't you use your hand to protect yourself?" "Have you forgotten? To do that, I would have to take power from the link keeping Kaylin alive." He looked into her blue eyes. "I guess I forgot. In that case, thank you for restraining yourself." Nietzsche said nothing as they walked out of the town of Ripley, carrying everything they owned on their backs. As cold as the day was, it wasn't long before his brow was dotted with sweat. Finally, he could stand it no longer. "Do you mind telling me what that was all about?" Her brow twitched. Those people were needy. Richard pinched the bridge of his nose, pausing in an effort to remain civil to her. "And so you gave them all our money?" "Are you so selfish that you would not share what you have? Are you so selfish that you would ask the hungry to starve, the unclothed to freeze, the sick to die?
Does money mean more to you than people's lives?" Richard bit the inside of his cheek to check his temper. "And the horses? You virtually gave them away." "It was all we could get. Those people were in need. Under the circumstances, it was the best we could do. We acted with the most noble of intentions. It was our duty to not be selfish and to joyfully give these people what they needed." There was no road going their way as they walked on into what had not long ago been the wasteland from which no one returned. "We needed what we had," he said. Nietzsche glanced up into his eyes. "There are things you need to learn, Richard." "Is that right?" "You have been lucky in life. You have had opportunities ordinary people never have. I want you to see how ordinary people must live, how they must struggle just to survive. When you live like them, you will understand why the order is so necessary, why the order is the only hope for mankind. When we get to where we're going, we will have nothing. We will be just like all the other miserable people of this wretched world, with little chance to make it on our own. You don't have any idea what that's like. I want you to learn how the compassion of the order helps ordinary people live with the dignity they are entitled to." Richard returned his gaze to the empty land stretching out before them. A sister of the dark who couldn't use her power, and a wizard who was forbidden from using his. He guessed they couldn't get any more ordinary than that. "I thought it was you who wanted to learn," he said. "I am also your teacher. Teachers sometimes learn more than their students." Chapter 31. Zed lifted his head when he heard the distant horns. He struggled to regain his senses. He was well past dread into a world of little more than numb awareness. The horns were those meant to signal the approach of friendly forces, probably some of the scouting patrols, or perhaps yet more wounded being brought in. Zed realized he was slumped on the ground, his legs sprawled out to the side. He saw that he had been sleeping with his head on the burly chest of a cold corpse. In despair, he recalled that he had been trying everything he knew to heal the horribly wounded man. In mournful revulsion, he pushed away from the cold body and sat up. He rubbed his eyes against the darkness from within as well as the night. He was beyond aching. Acrid smoke hung thick as fog. The air reeked with a heavy, throat-clenching stink of blood. From various places around him he could see the drifting haze illuminated around glowing orange fists of firelight. The moans of the wounded lifted from the blood-soaked ground to drift through the frigid night air. In the distance, men cried out in pain. When Zed wiped a hand across his brow, he realized he wore gloves of crusted blood from those he had been trying to heal. It was an endless task. Not far away, the ground was littered with shattered tree trunks, blasted asunder by the enemy gifted. Men lay sprawled, torn apart or impaled by huge splintered sections of those trees. It had been two of Jagang's sisters who had done it, just before dark, as the Daharan forces were all collecting into the valley, thinking the battle had ended. Zed and Warren had ended it by taking those two sisters down with wizard's fire. By the dull ache in his head, Zed knew he hadn't been asleep for more than a couple of hours at most. It had to be the middle of the night. People passing by had let him sleep, or maybe they thought him one of the dead. The first day had gone as well as could be expected. The battle had dragged on sporadically throughout the first night with relatively minor skirmishes, and then had erupted with full force at dawn of the second day. As night had fallen on the second day, the fighting had finally ended. Looking around, Zed thought it seemed to be over, at least for the time being. They had made the valley, and succeeded in drawing the order after them away from other gateways up into the Midlands, but at a terrible price. They had little choice, if they were to engage the enemy with any chance of success, rather than allow them unhindered access into the Midlands. For the moment, anyway, the order was stalled. Zed didn't know how long that would last. Unfortunately, the order had gotten the better of the battle, by far. Zed peered about. It was not so much a camp as simply a place where everyone had dropped in exhaustion. Here and there, arrows and spears stuck up from the ground. They had fallen like rain as Zed had worked throughout the night before, trying to heal wounded soldiers. During the day in the battles, he had unleashed everything he had.
What had started out as skillful, calculated, focused use of his ability had in the end degenerated into the magic equivalent of a brawl. Zed staggered to his feet, worried about the distant thunder of horses. Horns closer into camp repeated the warning to hold arrows and spears, that it was friendly forces. It sounded like too many horses for any patrol they had out. In the back of his mind, Zed tried to recall if he felt the twinge of magic that would tell him the horns were genuine. In the fog of fatigue, he had forgotten to pay attention. That was how people ended up dead, he knew. Inattention to such details. Men were rushing all about, carrying supplies, water, and linen for bandages, or messages and reports. Here and there, Zed saw a sister working at healing. Other men struggled with repairs to wagons and gear in case they had to depart in a hurry. Some men sat staring at nothing. A few wandered as if in a daze. It was difficult to see in the poor light, but Zed was able to see well enough to tell that the ground was littered with the dead, the wounded, or the simply spent. Fires, both the common orange and yellow flames of burning wagons and the unnatural green blazes that were the remnants of magic, were left to burn out on their own. Horses as well as men lay everywhere, still and lifeless, torn open by ghastly wounds. The battlefields changed, but battle didn't. Now was a time of helpless shock. He remembered from his youth the stench of blood and death mingled with greasy smoke. It was still the same. He remembered in battles past, thinking the world had gone mad. It still felt the same. The rumble of horses was getting closer. He could hear quite a commotion, but he couldn't tell what sort of ruckus it was. Off to his right, he spotted a stooped woman shuffling toward him. He recognized Addie's familiar limp. A woman more distant, catching up to Addie from behind, was probably Verna. A little farther off, Zed saw Captain Meifert being lectured to by General Leiden. Both men turned to look toward the clatter of hooves. Zed squinted into the murk and saw in the distance soldiers scattering before a mass of approaching riders. Men waved their arms as if in greeting. A few offered weak cheers. Many pointed in Zed's direction, funneling the horsemen his way. As First Wizard, he had become a focal point for everyone. The Daharans, in Richard's absence, relied on Zed to be their magic against magic. The sisters relied on his experience in the nasty art of magic and warfare. In the wavering glow of fire still burning out of control, Zed watched the column of horsemen coming relentlessly onward, points of light glinting off row upon row of armor and weapons, shimmering off chainmail and polished boots, as they each in turn passed the burning wagons and barricades. The thundering column slowed for nothing, expecting men to get out of its way. At their fore, long pennons flew atop perfectly upright lances. Standards and flags flapped in the cold night air. The ground thundered with thousands of horses charging over the blood-soaked ground. They rolled onward like a ghost company riding out of the grave. Orange and green smoke, lit from behind by the eerie light of fires, curled away to each side as the column of riders charged through the middle of the camp at an easy gallop. Zed saw then who was leading them. "Dear spirits," he whispered aloud. Sitting tall atop a huge horse at the head of the column was a woman in leather armor with fur billowing out behind her like an angry pennant. It was Kaelin. Even at that distance, Zed could see, sticking up behind her left shoulder, the gleam of light off the silver and gold hilt of the Sword of Truth. His flesh went cold with tingling dread. He felt a hand on his arm and turned to see Addie, her completely white eyes transfixed by the sight she beheld through her gift alone. Verna was still weaving her way through the wounded. Captain Meifert and General Leiden rushed to follow in Verna's footsteps. The column stretched out behind Kaelin as far as Zed could see. They charged onward, collecting cheering men as they came. Zed waved his arms as they all bore down on him so that Kaelin would notice him, but it seemed as if she had had her eyes on him the whole time. The horses skidded to a halt before him, snorting and stamping, tossing their armored heads. Plumes of steam rose from their nostrils when they blew great hot breaths in the icy air. Powerful muscles flexed beneath glossy hides as they pawed the ground. The eager beasts stood at the ready, their tails lashing side to side, slapping their flanks like whips. Kaelin swept the scene with a careful gaze. Men were rushing up from all directions. Those gathering around stared in wonder. The horsemen were Galileans. Kaelin had provisionally taken the place of her half-sister Cyrilla as Queen of Gallia until Cyrilla was well again, if that ever happened. Kaelin's half-brother, Harold, was the commander of the Galilean army and didn't want the crown, feeling himself more fit to serve his land in the soldier's life. Kaelin had Galilean blood in her veins, though to a confessor matters of blood were irrelevant. They were not so irrelevant to Galileans. Kaelin swung her right leg forward over the horse's neck and dropped to the ground. Her boots resounded like a hammer strike announcing the mother confessor's arrival. Kara, in her red leather and similarly cloaked in a fur mantle, likewise jumped down off her horse. Battle-weary men all around stood in rapt silence. This was not merely the mother confessor. This was Lord Ral's wife. For just an instant, as Zed stared into her green eyes, he thought she might run into his arms and break down in helpless tears. He was wrong. Kaelin pulled off her gloves. "Report!" She wore stealth black light leather armor, a royal Galilean sword at her left hip, and a long knife at her right. Her thick fall of hair cascaded boldly over the wolf's fur mantle, topping a black wool cloak. In the Midlands, the length of a woman's hair denoted rank and social standing. No Midlands woman wore hair as long as Kaelin's, but it was the hilt of the sword sticking up behind her shoulder that held Zed's gaze. "Kaelin," he whispered as she stepped closer, "where's Richard?"